Kayıyor burası ya. Heh. Heh. Hı. Buradan nasıl yansıtacağız kabloyu? Ha, bunu çektim. Buna gerek yok o zaman. Karıştırma. Bilgisayarda almayayım. İlk kim sunacak? Yes. Yes. I think start. Good morning and welcome to you all to our side event on national and local policies and action plans. Today we will dive into mostly local climate change policies and their contribution to fighting against climate change, the natural disasters, the temperature rise that we have experienced in our country and also the world experiences around the world uh, require serious and determined policies on climate change. And as you know, the cities are responsible for 72% of GHG emissions and 78% of energy consumption. While urban cities are responsible for the climate change, on the other hand, they are mostly exposed to the effects of the climate change. For this reason, local governments have to play an important role in the fight against climate change. In this context, we carry necessary steps in the fight. To discuss this, we have today five distinguished speakers. Firstly, let me introduce Ms. Daiva Mantoni. She is the project manager of EU for Energy Transition, Community of Mayors, and with a passion for advancing clean energy solutions and local level climate actions. She brings a wealth of expertise to this area. Thank you for your contribution also. Then we have Mr. Piero Remiti, and he is from Community of Mayors. He's a driving force behind initiatives that aim to empower cities in the fight of climate change. Our next speaker is Dr. Paolo Bertoldi, and he is a distinguished scientist at the European Union Joint Research Center. He has extensive experience on various areas like sustainable energy efficiency, intersection of technology and policy, and etc. And we have one more speaker, Ms. Berna Yiğit. She is serving with dedication at the Directorate of Climate Change as an engineer, and she is working at the Department of Adaptation and Local Policies. And our last speaker is Dr. Ertuğrul Selçuk Güdüler, the Deputy Mayor of Bağcılar Municipality. And as you see, we have very distinguished speakers, and we have limited time. So let us start, and I will hand over to Daiva to make her presentation on promoting collaborative climate initiatives in Turkey, example of multi-level governance forum. Daiva, the floor is yours.
Günaydın. Hello, nice to see you, every of you. And I will try very shortly to present about our project journey together with all stakeholders, with ministries, municipalities, and our partners. So maybe shortly I will start from the beginning. Okay. So project is started from 2021. We have together with GZ big, huge area, 6 Western Balkan countries and Turkey, and we are going for the implementation EU for energy transition in Western Balkans and Turkey for supporting especially local authorities, municipalities to prepare sustainable energy climate action plans, and moreover, not only to prepare, but go to the implementation. And the beginning, I would like to start with the observation about Turkey, about national legislation, but really with our common activities is related with the implementation of Paris Agreement, also with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, with Global Covenant of Mayors initiative, as Pierre Remite will present today more. We are going for the rapidly encouragement of local authorities to be proactive in this journey. And the most important thing, as always in the life, is cooperation, collaboration. Yes, you alone, we are very smart. But if we really would like to do something, we need to be in the common mood, and especially climate change actions need our collaborative approach. And multi-level governance platform, as we are now developing in Turkey, as model, as unique model, together with Ministry, with Climate Change Directorate, with unions, Marmara Union of Municipalities of Turkey, with our representatives of municipalities, we are going to establish something sustainable for long future in the climate journey. And here is important link between like sustainable energy climate actions plans and national energy climate actions plan, and also climate law and sub-laws. In this journey in 2023, we done quite intensive testing. We had intensive testing period with 20 municipalities, with 3 ministries, with unions. We started preparing some new strategic document. You see results, blue paper. We then monitoring, we saw what we can work, what we can do together, and how we can transfer knowledge for longer term perspective. And moreover, we are going to the international collaboration, and here is very important to strengthening cooperation, and thanks a lot Joint Research Center, today Paolo together with us, with new information, new knowledge, as is very important for Turkey to get the most updated data, information to be proactive in these activities. And moreover, about help desk. We have started implementing activities as help desk contact point for Turkey, and we have really nice growing trend. We would like that it must be continue. It needs to be continue. We have from 116% growing trend during 2 years, and here is very important examples and inspiration, not only from the paper, not from the documents, but from the practical experiences. And today we have Bajalar, is very important, our one beneficiary municipality, who will show concrete activities as we are very active doing on nowadays, not only preparing CCAPs, but implementing concrete actions. And library, of course, knowledge every day. We need to learn. We need to be always updated version. And for Turkey, we would like to establish always the new information center. We done library. We are going for the translation, all very important documents to get for sustainable future, more information in one package and more in more sustainable view. And going to the finalization, I would like to say what for next, what we can do more. We are thinking about multi-level governance platform extension, especially with Union of Municipalities of Turkey next year. And here we would like to see as three main pillars in multi-level governance platform: knowledge and learning, hub and center, pilot projects development, sub-pilots in every subsector, and financial attractions and financial mechanisms. And of course, trainings that is important for mitigation, adaptation actions, and energy poverty. And growing, strengthening strategic partnership. It is really crucial important. So no one can wise to do symphony as all orchestra not play of it. And I can see also from famous basketball journal that said that if you would like to win game, you can be the best, yeah, talenting. But if you would like the win championship, we need to be together. So thank you very much for today organizing this exciting workshop. I believe that we will have continuation, we will have a good journey, and I wish in this mood to transfer our all activities in next period and moreover. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Daiva, for this informative presentation. Actually, you mentioned that not only preparation is important, implementation is the key of this process, and also the multi-level governance panel is very important. So we will discuss perhaps if we have time further. Thank you for your presentation. Now we will have Mr. Remiti, and he will give us presentation on city-level collaboration, the key driving force on global climate action. Please.
United, all of you. Unfortunately, my Turkish vocabulary ends here. There's not so much I can do. I'm sorry, because you have a beautiful language. And thank you, first of all, to the Ministry of Environment for inviting us, for inviting DGCOM in this session and event. It's always a pleasure to work with Turkey and Turkish municipalities. Let me first of all congratulate with all of you, because you are doing an excellent job. Amazing progress in the last couple of years. So great congratulations to David and to all the Turkish municipalities. We are already engaging with many of them, some of them in particular and specific kind of cooperation. I will mention later a little bit more in that. I'm starting from the background. Yeah, from the very background here, because on the 19th of November, this is something that maybe you already had through your participation in social network or whatever. On the 19th of November, it happened something that is a first kind of in the history. So we had in the same day, in the very same day, a peak of emission worldwide, so the largest amount of emission ever recorded in the planet Earth, since where the recording started, of course. And on the same day, we always get an average temperature of the planet Earth that was above the 2 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrial measurement. That means, in practical words, that we are already some time beyond the Paris Agreement, because if you remember, the Paris Agreement had this 2 degrees as a last threshold for having a livable planet. And this is happening. It means also that the forecasts of our experts are more or less right, correct? The UNFCCC and the IPCC expert made this kind of, but the times are much quicker, much faster, because we get there with 77 years before than we expected, because again, the timeline of the Paris Agreement is at the moment in principle 2100. There is also something good here, just to be clear. There is no direct relation between the two facts. This is just a coincidence. But of course, there is a very big relation and connection between the large amount of emissions we are still doing and the increase of the average temperature. There is also something new here, because maybe it means that we are reaching out the peak of emissions. After that, it is assumed that we are going further, that we are going to decrease the emission. But in any case, this means clearly that we are in emergency, in a climate emergency. The IPCC framework report, assessment report, just published on March 2023, already launched this powerful warning about the climate emergency state we are now. The good news, I would say, to make it short, that we have a lot of solution for this. From the technological point of view, from the innovation, from the policy, from the governance. So there are solutions for addressing, tackling the climate emergency. And in many cases, it's just a matter of political will. Another very good news come from this COP28, because in the first 2 days, on the 1st December and 2nd of December, it was held for the first time in the history of the COP, something that is named the Local Climate Action Summit. What does it mean? It means that for the first time in the COP28 calendar, since when this is happening, there was a particular space, a particular room, a particular initiative only and exclusively dedicated to local governments. The local governments were recognized by the Paris Agreement again, but it was in wording, nothing really concrete happening, and they were still between the non-party organization. For the first time now, they have their own specific room and their own specific space where to contribute to the local action globally. It's a very important step, at least from the conceptual point of view. Then we'll see if this will give life to some concrete activities. One concrete initiative is already the CHAMP initiative, you see here below. That is a platform through which national governments are engaged, are committing for the next 2 years in taking local governments' contribution in their own NDC, National Determined Contribution, strategic document for climate action at national level. In more practical words, we will have a new generation of NDC. You know that the actual NDC have been quite famous in the last 1 year, because it has been recognized they are not enough to reach out the 1.5 degree as a maximum increase of the temperature in the next 1 year. So even if we are able to implement what the NDC are stating now, there will be not that success in terms of keeping the temperature within 1.5. So in practice, the actual NDC are not enough. There will be a new generation of NDC by 2025 that are based on the global stocktake exercise. This is working in this COP28 that will be launched published in this COP28. in that generation of the NDC, also local governments should be required to contribute by all the national governments. Already 64 national governments have been engaged in this CHAMP platform. We will see if this is happening. In any case, it's like opening the door, no? So now we have a concrete space for the multi-level climate action that Daiva knows very well, and the municipalities in Turkey knows as well very well. So there is, say, a natural exit. So that should be happening in the next 2 years, that the contribution provided by local governments are much more recognized. And this should, of course, open a lot of opportunities in terms of access to financial resources. It's not just more work and more workload for municipalities. It's also more capacity to access financial resources for implementation of climate action plan. Only a few words about the Global Covenant of Mayors. I don't want to take too much time. You are probably already aware, but in any case, we are a global alliance. Let's say the largest alliance. We are joining and gathering all the city networks, Mayor One. We are a like of umbrella organization. And we are now counting on more than 13,000 of cities worldwide. Many of them are in Turkey, but there are cities from every part of the world. Our cities are reflecting 1.2 billion of inhabitants. That means that 1 of 8 inhabitants on the planet Earth are represented in the Global Covenant of Mayors. What is the added value for a city in becoming member? The Turkish city already knows some from this. There is a huge background of knowledge transfer, in any case. This is happening in any case. So it's a hub of knowledge where cities from every part of the world can exchange knowledge about technical innovation, whatever they need, on how to implement a climate action plan and to tackle any kind of impact originated by the climate change. Not only mitigation, but adaptation and access to energy. But there are more. Especially now in the terms of capacity for access to financial resources, because this is the great issue. So we have the Global Covenant of Mayors has been created in 2017, but already based on previous experience. The first one and the largest one is the one from the European Covenant. So that already count on several thousand of European cities joining the European covenants before the global one. And there are many cities in our alliance that are getting already direct support in more ambitious initiatives. Our cities usually have a target of emissions that are equivalent or major to the national one. But there are, for instance, many cities that are targeting net zero for carbon emissions. This is happening through different initiatives that are taken and supported by our partners. And there are also many other cities supporting in different ways and in different manners. And this is so the starting point for every city in the Global Covenant of Mayors is to develop a climate action plan that the Turkish cities knows very well and already are doing. But I leave this to Paolo and to the JLC that are very much specialized on this. And now we are, according to our climate action plan, the potential for emission reduction is very high, as you can see here. That means, in very practical words, if our cities will be able to implement all the actions that they are including their own climate action plans, they will have the capacity for reduction of emissions that is comparable to the mobility sector of the European Union, for instance. You can imagine how crucial and important this would be. Again, I stress the word potential because it's a potential. We are not able to do this unless we are able to create capacity for our cities to get more financial resources. This is why now we are, in the last 1 year, developing more focus of intervention and support in the next step of the project cycle. After years dedicated to planning and having reached very good results that I'm sure Paolo will illustrate, we are now focusing on how to provide, especially small and medium cities, in the pre-feasibility stage, in the structuring and maturation of the projects they had put in their own action plan. So plan is a plan. So it's very useful and very important planning. But if it is not giving life to implementation, it's completely useless. So many cities have not this capacity. It's not the case of big cities, of Istanbul. They have, of course, technical capacity and background and financial resources to do it. It's not the case of many small and medium. We have to cover this capacity and to fill this gap. This is our focus through initiatives like the Bankable Cities One, in which Turkish cities have been involved. Uh, yeah, I'm sure. There is a very shortly a gap in provision of financial resources for implementation that you can have more knowledge on, which you can have more knowledge in many reports. The last one is this one, very important, and one report from the UNEP and very useful. Not to take out of consideration, the European Union is the largest donor in terms of contribution for implementation and climate finance. I just want to spend one more word for, let's say, provision of support in the terms of support for feasibility stages of project implementation. There is one important initiative among many others that is named GAP Fund. So I already addressed this in the Marmara Urban Forum in Istanbul a couple of months ago with the Turkish cities. So you have this opportunity, so you can really get access to technical assistance and support for how to access financial resources through the GCOM. So we have a huge portfolio of services for cities, so welcome. Now the cooperation with the Turkish cities is very well established everywhere. It's not just a matter of climate change and tackling climate emergency. It's also a matter of co-benefits for improving the life in our communities and for our citizens. Thanks again to the Minister of Environment in Turkey, and always ready to cooperate with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Actually, as you mentioned, the climate emergency there, and we have to deal with this issue. And in the last years, there are big developments like launching of CHAMP and the increasement of signatories of GCOM. Approximately 70 municipalities from Turkey are signatories of GCOM, and a very new example from Turkey. We drafted our climate law, and we make with the climate law mandatory for all Turkish cities to prepare local climate change action plan, and we will be very happy in this process to collaborate with you. Now we have the next speaker, Dr. Bertonti. He will give us a presentation on the role of EU GRC in developing the climate resilience assessment of cities, the case of the Comment of Mayors in GRC research activities. Please.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Ministry of Environment, for the invitation. Thank you, Daiva, for the invitation, and congratulations for your success that you presented. So this you have already seen from Piero, the success of the Global Comment of Mayor. I focus more in Europe, where we have the highest number of cities, and for many years now, 15 years, and is an example mainly for many new covenant, like for example in West Balkans, Turkey, but also in Northern Africa. We call it ClimaMed, and Eastern Europe, COMEST. So we have now about 10,000, more than 10,000 signatories here, and the number that is increasing now also to sign up for the 2050, when they have to become climate neutral. So we don't ask anymore to do 55% in the European Union at 2030, but also become climate neutral at 2050. This is important because the European Union wants to be a climate neutral economy at that time. And if cities don't do their job, we will never reach, because cities have buildings, mobilities, energy production, business. So it's very important that cities are part of this energy and climate transition. In terms of population, we cover about 240 million. So half of the European citizens live in a city which is part of the Covenant of Mayors. And not only this, but our initiative is very inclusive. We also cover small cities. So the majority of our cities in Europe are below 10,000. Of course, in terms of population, they don't count much, but it's important that mayors in every city is welcome to join, and we don't just look at the mega cities. We have, as I said, an increased number of plans arriving, covering both mitigation and adaptation. It's very important to highlight also the important role that city play in adaptation, because in our cities is where disaster happen, flooding, heat wave happen in cities, but also we have more and more forest fire, which comes very close to the cities, and water scarcity sometimes. So this affects our citizens, and citizens want to mayor to be active, to do something for them. And this is, I think, a priority for all our cities. I can skip this slide and maybe go into this slide. So from our analysis, at least in Europe, city already committed to achieve 58% emission reduction in 2030, so more than the European Union 55%. And if everything goes well, most probably they reach 50, but it's already a remarkable result because they don't have resources. Piero has shown the program, the very good program that GCOM put up for financing, but at the current present time, it's very difficult for city to find finance. And notwithstanding these barriers, they try to implement action and reach a very good result at 2030. And I would like now to move very quickly, because I know we are late, to the risk vulnerability assessment. City may be scared because we ask them, do an emission inventory, do a risk vulnerability assessment for adaptation, and they don't have time, they don't have resources to do this, but it's very important, because if they want to have a safer and more resilient cities, they have to know what is the risk the city is facing now and in the future, because the risk will increase. And so we see that what is reported by cities, and they highlight the extreme heat, the heavy precipitation, which result in flooding, drought and water scarcity. Some cities near the coast of the sea, they also are very worried about sea level rise. And it's very important they also identify the important sector where they can implement adaptation measure, like in agriculture, if there's dry, like in the infrastructure, public health, and buildings. And it's very important buildings can also not only be low consumption, but also withstand flooding, hurricanes, whatever happen. And it's very important also to that we ask the mayors to identify in a plan who are the most vulnerable population groups. And the cities say the elderly people, the low-income houses and families that very often live in irregular buildings, maybe in areas which are prone to landslide or flooding. So it's very important this work. And then city has to take action to mitigate the impact of this natural disaster. And finally, in Europe, but also elsewhere, we see that we have the role of local authorities, which should be supported by regional authority, by national authority, and then by European global level. So we have, and multi-level governance is the message that Taiva gave it, Piero gave it, and myself again. So city cannot work alone. They need the support of the national government, if you have regional government as well, and international government like the European Union or the UNFCCC. And in fact, in Europe, we see a very good integration starting to emerge between our national energy climate plans and the city local plans. And this is a new recent development that we hope will be further strengthened in coming years. And with this slide, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for the invitation again and for your attention. Bye.
Thank you, Paolo. Actually, you mentioned the importance of adaptation actions at the local level. In Turkey, we lived more than 2,000 climate change related natural disasters in the last year. It's huge. So our aim is also to make the cities resilient to every natural disasters, including, of course, earthquake. And regarding the finance issue of the adaptation, as you know, it's much more difficult than the mitigation, and perhaps we have to work also on this issue. And thank you also for your presentations one more time. Now we will have Berna, and she will give a presentation on Turkey's implementation on climate change adaptation, specifically in National Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan that we will launch in the coming days. And the floor is yours, Berna.
Sesi gerek. Şimdi videoyu açmayacağım. Welcome to everyone and good morning. I will present the National Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan of Turkey between the 2023 and 2030. And our first national adaptation plans was implemented between 2011 and 2023, and we are in the second national adaptation plan. And with the policy documents alignment with a 12th development plan and medium-term program, Climate Council Commission decision and adaptation committee. And preparation process of our national adaptation plan. The first stage is selection of sectors, and the second stage is climate change vulnerability and risk assessment, and the third one determining sector-specific strategies and actions. And the fourth stage, we prepared the implementation plan. Within the scope of National Adaptation Plan, we have 12 sectors. These are urban, water resource management, agriculture and food safety, biodiversity and ecosystem service, public health, energy, tourism and cultural heritage, industry, transportation and communication, social development, disaster risk management, and cross-cutting issues. We have totally 40 strategic targets and 132 actions. Our climate change action process, it started to
That's all the
flash.
we will load it. By the way, you can continue slowly presentation.
Sorry about that.
Perhaps at that time I can give a very brief information on that. Actually, we made vulnerability and risk assessments for the whole country for 11 sector: industry, energy, urbanization, health, and etc. etc. And actually, preparation of the strategy and action plan took more than 2 years for us. So we finished the action plan, and perhaps one more important point is that the framework is huge. There are many things to do. So also we prepared implementation plans of the strategy and action plan for every sector. So that to create enabling environment for the ministries to apply and implement the actions much more effectively. We also prepared implementation plans for each sector. So, yes, I think the problem is solved. To which slide do you want to go? Which slide? We cannot see the. İduk. İduk nasıl? Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah. Hayır. You can continue with the strategies and actions.
Okay, then I will continue preparation process of the action plan. We have started 2021 and it ended 2020. We are on the publishing process now.
Sorry, Berna, which slide do you? Oh, no. Fourth slide, please.
Hangisi? In the action preparation process, as I said, we have started 2021 and we have ended 2023 with the 180 stakeholders engagement from the public, private sector, universities, non-governmental organizations, and we conducted more than 25 meetings with 2,000 participation. Our strategic targets in urban, enhancing adaptive capacity and resilience, and revising legislation and plans, ensuring climate-resistant sustainable urbanization. In water resource management, we conducted improving the political and legal framework, protecting, improving, and ensuring efficient use of water resources. In agriculture and food security sector, developing the policy and legal framework is the most important thing, and we also conducted increasing the research and development studies. With biodiversity and ecosystem service, we thought about the increased awareness and capacity and ensuring data and information sharing. The reducing the pressure of factors such as habitat fragmentation is also important. Increasing the amount of the protect areas, restoration and destroyed ecosystem and integration adaptation to climate change in management plans we added. In public health sectors, training the evidence-based analysis, evaluation of notification infrastructure and training capacity, cooperation and awareness also important. In energy sector, training the production, transmission and distribution of storage infrastructure is important. Tourism and cultural heritage process, we increase the adaptation capacity and improve the social infrastructure and taking the issue of adaptation to climate change in strategic and special plan decisions. In industry, providing fast and practical access of national projections and database, we enhance. Encouraging the collaboration within the other sectors, also enhancing. In transportation and communication sector, we conducted ensuring the resilience of critical infrastructure, securing transportation and passengers' health, and improving the capacity to make plans in the line with the goal adaptation. In social development sector, important thing is developing social protection policies and focusing on the right and interest-based approach and equality of opportunity to welfare. Disaster risk reduction sector in enhancing of capacity and capacity of climate change and disaster risk for sustainable and resilient development and making stable and sustainable investment. And we have also cross-cutting issues with the sectors, which are integrated climate change adaptation into all policies and strategies, and increasing knowledge and awareness in the climate change adaptation. We have also for 12 sectors, sectoral implementation plans, which will publish with the National Adaptation and Strategy Plan. These plans guide the implementation of action in the action plan by responsible institutions and stakeholders. And we will also watch, monitor and evaluate the actions with our climate portal system, which is integrated with e-governmental system. For example, the stakeholders will write their knowledge and indicators like Turkey's climate projections created with the current data sets and scenarios, and yes or no, and we will monitor. This part was the national adaptation plans. As Tuba said before, we have also local climate change action plans. By draft climate law, within the scope of local climate change action plans, we make with all cities in 81 cities. Content of this local climate change adaptation plans also expected effects in province in the line with climate scenarios that we conduct, and vulnerability and risk assessment. Greenhouse gas inventory, they will prepare and calculate, and then GHG projections they will make, and mitigation targets and they will conduct, and lastly they will make the adaptation plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Berna, for the presentation. Actually, plan is nothing. Planning is everything. So we prepared the National Adaptation and Mitigation Action Plan as comprehensive as it is, but implementation is the most important issue, the key issue. So we want to monitor yearly the action plans, and then we will see the progress, and according to our need climate model that we will run up to 2100, we will also update these plans. Okay, thank you. Now we have our last speaker, Ertuğrul Selçuk Güldüler. He is the deputy mayor of the Bağcılar municipality, and he will give a presentation on clean energy transition, especially solar panels.
Hi. Okay. Dear participants, my name is Ertuğrul Selçuk Güldüler. I'm working Bağcılar Municipality as a vice mayor. Thank you for attending this part of COP28. Today I will make a presentation about the Bağcılar energy-based mitigation project and sustainable energy and climate action plan, which is set up in our municipality. I would like to take this opportunity to greet you all. Actually, our mayor is Mr. Abdullah Özdemir, was going to be our presentation, but the last call from ministry, and for this reason he's unable to attend this event. He sends his regards all the participants. Dear participants, also we have even difficulties, speeches and presentations about for 2 months, because near here in Gaza, childs and civilians and also women's bombardments, and Muslims are normal Muslims are being bombarded. I hope that the killing of our brothers and sisters there will be prevented as soon as possible. May Allah protect them all. Dear participants, I would like to provide some information about Bağcılar. We have 178 parks and 20 culture centers and education centers, 8 nostalgic parks, 2 museums, 4 sports buildings, 8 Olympic swimming pools, and the other buildings, and 13. And you can see on slide, Bağcılar is the part of the European side of Istanbul, and our district's shapes like a human heart, and that's why we say Bağcılar is heart of Istanbul. In our districts we have 740 population and around 40,000 buildings, and that's in apartments numbers and 250, and also Bağcılar is the fourth biggest district in Istanbul. We have land area at 22 square kilometers. I would like to point how climate change affects urbanization. More than 50% in the world resides in the city. Maybe 2050, this percent rise to 70%, and it means the hotter weather, maybe high sea levels and rainless conditions, and the extreme weather events and more. Dear colleagues, I would like to say a covenant mayor's process of municipality. How did our journeys begin? We started in 2016 when we signed the covenant of mayors. After that, in 2023, CPBA announced a project call. As Bağcılar municipality, we made an application and the name of Bağcılar Energy Based Mitigation, and then it's been accepted by the CPBA. Our main goal is reduce carbon emissions by 58% our districts by 2030. As the Bağcılar municipality, we have examined our carbon emissions in the CCAP, which is Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, under 4 main categories, and these: buildings, energy, transportation, and waste. You can see all the slides. We in July 2023, we signed a grant that will finance support of the Bağcılar municipality and our project. With this project, we will regenerate 11% of the electricity we consume in our municipality with solar power. Our solar power plant has a power 171.72 kilowatt power, and thus we plan to produce 203.9 megawatt of energy annually in our municipality. We plan to prevent 100,318 kilogram of carbon emissions per year. And within the scope of this project, we received a total grant of around 140,000 euros from the European Union. As you can see on the screen, we developed a solar panel monitoring system, and all day, especially at the end of the day night, we on our mobile, we checked our solar panel system. And also in our country, in Turkey, as Republic of Turkey and Bağcılar municipality, we attach a lot of importance to zero waste projects. And also, as you can see on the picture, a zero waste protocol was signed under the auspices of the DCNC and the United Nations, and our ministry took a zero waste document to our mayor. With regards to CCAP, we continue our climate change work with 15 events in 2023 to meet our 2030 commitments. Our goal is 1.51 ton carbon emissions produced per person, and also we are only district municipality to prepare CCAP in Turkey, and we are talking about plan and also strategy, but we took in Turkey not theory, but we have the solar panel. You can see in the video in very big happiness. We can watch the process of our solar energy panels in video.
Halihazırda 317 tane panel kullanılacak. 545 watt pik gücünde olan half-cut teknolojisine sahip. Yani şu andaki mevcutta çatı sistemlerindeki en son teknoloji diyebileceğimiz bir panel çeşididir. Yaklaşık olarak da 173 kW pik bizim bir gücümüz olacak santral olarak toplamda. Evet. DC dediğimiz güneş panelinin doğru akımın üretiminde sağlanacak kablolar halihazırda bitmiş bulunmakta.
Ana binamızın herhalde elektriğinin
%11'ini yaklaşık olarak karşılamış olacağız.
yani Avrupa Birliği fonuyla bunu yapıyoruz. 4,5 yılda da o harcanan parayı da
Ortalama umut
karşılamış olacak.
Evet.
Güzel. Önemli tarafından bir tanesi şu, yenilenebilir enerjiyle aslında doğayı da korumuş oluyoruz. Yani burada iklim değişikliğine karşı da bir pozisyon almış oluyoruz. Bu da bizim için aynı zamanda hem ilçemiz için, ülkemiz adına da önemli bir adım.
Thanks for attending or listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ertuğrul, for this informative presentation. Actually, there are many projects going on under mitigation activities in the municipalities, and of course, waste management, increasing energy efficiency in buildings and transportation, and also increasing the renewable energy percentage of the municipality is very important, and thank you for this presentation. So I think we can have the questions. If you have any, we would very happy to answer. Are there any questions? No? Okay. I have one actually. We talked about the importance of the collaboration of the different levels of governance, and also there are great developments in the recent years. What do you think will be the next step to increase this climate action at the local level? What is the next step that we have to do? Yeah. Are there anyone?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for all presentations. It was very nice to see all our efforts together. Yeah, every of us presented very differently, but in the common mood. And I would like to say, as I mentioned in the presentation, for the next step is very important collaboration as we started, and we have multi-level governance platform, like new baby, new child, as we over like 6-7 months we started as test doing, and I think need to continue, need to go to the actions, and thanks also local authorities, as Bachelor mentioned, is very important to have together in this working groups, in these meetings, not only like local authorities but also representatives from business sector. We need to see what it can be done from this. We need to have from financial donors. We also have, for example, in one multi-level governance platform, we had from GAP Foundation. Yes, we need to extend, we need to see, and we need to go forward with implementation actions.
Thank you, Laiva. I can just confirm and fully endorse what you are saying. I think we have no choice. There's another way now that increase our capacity for. It's a complement. It's not. It's not that you have to stop planning and instead do something else. You have to continue planning, of course, when this is not done. But in the meanwhile, at the same time, you have to increase exponentially, I would say, and very quickly the capacity for implementation. There are some doors and opportunities that are opening now, and we have to be ready to get them and to be fully prepared to access all the financial resources that would be made available in the next years. So we have to support cities in doing this, especially small and medium. There is connected to this, let me dare to say, a very important task in the national level, in the national ministry. I think in Turkey this is in very good hands, because we have to connect, but you are already doing so. Disaster confirmation again. Now there is also even the COP space recognizing conceptual approach recognized. You have to take advantages from what the municipalities and the cities are doing, because they are doing very well. They are doing their job, and you have to create the institutional channel and structures that will allow for incorporating the climate action plans from municipalities in the national strategies and providing the tools and the support for implementation. But it will be, I mean, probably more workloaded, but big advantages in terms of capacity of implementation. There's no other choice.
Thank you. I agree with Piero and Iva. It's very important that the national government works with the cities to prepare the national plans and at the same time enable the city to develop their local plans and provide also financial support for implementation, because has to come also from the national budget and of course private sector. In Europe, we also very much work with intermediary level government. So we have provinces and regions, and they can also help because they can coordinate a small number of municipalities and helping them do the plan, providing resources, and then be interface between the cities and the central government, the national government.
Maybe I can add something about our climate portal system that will serve exactly this, and it will enhance the stakeholders' engagement and all local governments, and they will inspire with each other that how they are doing the local climate change action plan that we are established. That's why we are establishing this climate portal system.
Thank you. Every participant say very important things. I don't more.
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank all our distinguished speakers for their valuable inputs, and thank you for the audience for being with here. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Sizin kartınız bu arada yok gerek yok.
Ses konu.
Yok belli olmaz. Yok ya şarj yok. Ha. Açık mı?
Açık mı bu? Mikrofon açık mı?
Mikrofon açık mıydı şu an?
Şuradan mı kapatılıyor? Oradan. Neyse.
Gördüm.
Ana. Ben... Ha, tamam. Tamam. Moderatör buradan mı konuşuyor?
Şey oldu mu algıladım. Ha tamam.
Ben şarjdan çekeceğim. Şarjı çekeceğim. Şunu çekeceğim.
Şöyle kenara bırakın. İstiyorsanız kapağını kapatın. Ya yok, sonra yok.
Elif Hanımlar. Kapalı mı?
Çok uzun süre kullanmazsak kapanır ama bu kadar şey olmaz, sorun olmaz. Yani uzun sürüyor şeyi beklemesi. Şimdi mesela şeyde sunucu görünümü falan yaptığımızda notlar görünmez.
Orada gözükecek,
Orada görünmeyecek. Tamam. Bu çekimle siz mi ilgileniyorsunuz?
genel akışla ilgili, görüntüyle ilgili böyle diyor.
Biz en son Hülya Hanım'ınkini ve benim de 2 gün sonra sunumum olacak. Onların videoları, onların kısmını alabilir miyiz sizden?
Tabii YouTube'da da var zaten.
Ama şey istiyorlar ki, böyle döndüğümde direkt vermemi istiyorlar şey halini de.
Kamerayı kayıt alıyor. Ama onu size servis hemen veremem.
Ne zaman mesela alabilirim? Mail mi atılabilir sonradan?
YouTube'u hemen alırsınız.
YouTube'da
Ama
nereden şey oluyor
kamerayı
yayınlanıyor?
bir 2-3 gösterebilirsiniz.
YouTube'da oturum paylaşılıyor değil mi?
Yok, gün komple paylaşılıyor. İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı.
Yani YouTube şeyi sayfası.
Şimdi ben bir içeriye bakayım.
Tamam. İyi oldu dediğin gibi yani. Bir sürü işi varmış. Hazırlamak yani. Bak başlamamış. Bu bir iş başlayacak.
Bir de şey olur yani benim bilgisayar bazen bir güncellemesi tutuyor. İşte saatler sürüyor.
Dur ya ben şimdi bu bilgisayarı açtım ya. Şuradan ilerleyeceğim.
Ama bir dakika neden bir şeye basınca böyle? Harika olduğu için.
Kendimki de şey kaydım.
Niye böyle? Şunlar da mı öyle? Bunlar değil. Tamam.
Hani orada dönünce oraya geçiyor.
Bütün şu işte tabii sizin değil mi? Çıktı, ben çektim ama. Olduğunu da anlamadım. Ben çektim bunu. Az önce sen içerideyken.
Bilmiyorum ki başka birimler gönderdi mi? Yok ya.
Bilmediğim için de
Kim
konuşuyor,
gönderdi?
ses falan da
Yok,
duyulmadığı
atıyor yok.
için. Çok anlayamam ama seninkinde falan alt yazı vardır herhalde.
Benimkinde alt yazı
Bizimkinde de
olmadı.
var alt yazı. Ben bunu siliyorum boşa yer tutmasın da. Onu çekmişim ama çok kötü çıkmışım.
Güneşte gelince.
Aynen şöyle. Ben çok güzel çıkıyorum zannediyorum.
Bana göre de sizler bu FBI
Şey oluyor ya. Kayıyor. O deneyim. Tabii tabii sorun yok. Aslında normalde şey kapamıyor. Bence bu oturma olmayacak. Kaçtaydı bu ama? Bir saat önce başlaması lazım işte. 11.30'da mı diyordu? Yani öyle mi oluyor? Mesela. Zaten sadece şu evde bunlar falan gelirsin. Benim olsun. Ne güzel. Vardı o boşluk dermeye çalıştık ya orası herhalde. Ha. Vardı doğru. Neden öyle oldu? Ona bakalım şimdi. Payback falan diye girmiştik. Aynen bir tane payback. Tamam. Bu ayarları kaydetmiştir değil mi? Şimdi kapasam bile değil. İşten çekince direkt kapanıyor şu an. Tamam.
Mikrofonu.
Çalışıyor. Hello everyone, dear guests. First of all, welcome to our panel about Youth Climate Envoy platform and the voice of the Turkish youth for climate change action. In the beginning, our coordinator is going to explain what we are doing, and she is going to explain the Climate Envoy movement.
Before I start my remarks, I would like to welcome you all. It is very exciting for me and my fellow young climate envoys to be here today at COP28 because decisions that shape the future of the world are being made here. We are noticed that the issue of climate change is affecting the course of the world in every sector, in every ecosystem, and in every society. The future of our planet is shaped in the hands of young people. As young climate envoys, we are here to take an active role in solving the crisis and shaping our future. Together with my four talented and selected climate envoy friends, we represent all climate envoys at COP28. Today, I will talk about the role of young climate envoys in climate change, who are we and what we are doing. First, let's take a look at who climate envoys and what they do. The first step of the Climate Envoys movement, which is carried out in the partnership with Directorate of Climate Change of Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change and UNICEF Turkey, was taken in 2022 when students selected as representatives from each university in Turkey come together. We have started and continue our efforts to transform our university campuses into green and environmental friendly ones to raise awareness of climate change in society, to ensure the active participation of young people in the fight against climate change, and in the national and international decision-making processes related to climate change, and produce effective projects in this context. In order to continue our work effectively, we established two units, the executive board consisting of the coordinator and vice coordinator, and the executive board consisting of working group representatives. You can see our representatives in the slide. I and Emre are responsible for ensuring coordination between the climate change presidency and climate envoys. In order to carry out our work effectively, we have a management board and executive committee. The management board consists of Director of Climate Change, Deputy Director, Legal Counsel, the head of department responsible for climate envoys, and the climate envoys coordinator. The executive board consists of the coordinator, vice coordinator, and working group representatives. Emre and I responsible for the coordination between the Director of Climate Change and Climate Envoy friends. Also, in the Climate Envoys initiative, the coordinator and the vice coordinator are determined as one girl and one boy. Thus, we draw attention to gender equality. I would also like to tell you about our working groups. Our working groups are divided into three groups: public awareness and communication, capacity building, and the policy and decision support. In the team of public awareness and communication, we are working on managing our social media accounts, creating content, and promoting ourselves on international platforms. This is the team that will produce and share content on the website in the following days. The capacity building team is in charge of organizing trainings, seminars, and workshops to increase knowledge and skills on climate change and environmental issues. Finally, in the policy and decision support group, we continue our work on the follow-up and evaluation of national, international youth participation. And as you can see, Kardelen, Kadir, and Tuba are representatives. We carry out these activities both online and face-to-face meetings. Until this time, we have participated in various events such as Zero Waste Summit, Climate Council, Eco Climate, Policy Dialogue Training. In the last Bursa Youth Camp, we created an action plan for the work we aim to do in our universities and carried out our group work for the Climate Envoys COP28 declaration. In the declaration, we address the topics of agriculture, sectoral-based emissions, energy, vulnerable groups, active youth participation, disaster risk management, education, and awareness. While doing the research for the current situation of Turkey, we also made demands by comparing what we find with the global, and we expect to be published as soon as possible. As the voice of children and young people, we are aware of our responsibility to ensure that they live in a better world. Every day we learn, develop, and try to convey our experiences. Following our 5 friends who participated in COP27 last year, we are delighted and proud to be here today representing 194 climate envoys. Now, I give the floor our dear COP28 representatives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali, for your presentation and a brief explanation of what we're doing. So we're going to continue our panel with some questions and answers. So to our panelists, I would like to ask first about the current situation of Turkish youth. What do you think about the Turkish youth in climate change actions? What they think or what they're doing?
Can I take this one? Okay. So for Turkey, youth participation is very crucial because, as we know, Turkey's population is mostly to young people. So we are having huge responsibilities to awareness and make action in for climate change. As I say, youth participation for climate change is increasing thanks to NGOs and civil society group and university clubs. And we can see that young people are very willing to change something in their local, and first in their local and later in the whole Turkey level. And this is so important because it's the youngsters are today's youngster, but the next generation's leader to participate, to engage more action in toward the climate. It's gonna be for more useful in the next year for Turkey action plans. So as we know, we are coming from universities, and we have student clubs there, and this is so important because we are trying to make a differences, and it's happening because of our collective action, our collaboration. So I'm so I don't know, happy for our youth, and I'm so I can see that the great future of our future in Turkey. So thank you.
Hello, we are trying to reach the audience. We are trying to reach all the students from Turkey because in Istanbul, in Ankara, there are a lot of projects who are the best, but in the other cities, they are not projects like us, and we are trying to reach them because the climate crisis is all our problems, and we want to reach them and make projects with them. And I want to say that in Turkey, there is a lot of youth engagements about climate change, and there is a lot of children who wants to make a difference about this project. So we are trying to find all the best in the best and make with them all the good projects and make an awareness, because this is not only Turkish problem, not in Turkey's problem. It's all around the world. And in COP28, we saw a lot of young people who are like us, and they shocked because there is no project like ours. And they saw in Turkey, they did the best because there is no youth delegates like us. They are negotiators, but not youth delegates. And we are so happy to be here. And I'm sorry, I'm really excited right now. And I will give my speech to. Thank you.
Actually, we are doing a very good job in here, and to represent our young climate envoys and also university students in here is it's an honor to us. And I realized that young people have a passion, but they just don't know how to do. So we are actually want to accelerate them, and maybe they can just look us and taking actions. So me and my friends are just, I'm too happy to be here and proud. I think we can just do nice things, and maybe they just can see us and taking action.
So I would like to add some words. In Turkey, there are huge, like ambitious youth population. In order to, I don't know, to work on climate change, the only thing we need to a space for collaborate action, and we are really willing to work together. Thanks to the climate, like a climate envoy movement, we are getting together and sharing our plans, and we are actually involving to policy making process, which is a very effective way. And we are so happy to engage with like politicians, like very wise people like you. And we believe that we can hear, like we can make our voice higher in those kind of platforms. For so thank you for this great opportunity.
Well, thank you for all your answers. So my second question is, why you participated COP28, and what was your expectations, and what is the current situation?
So actually, we are here for to represent our university students. But while we arrive in here, we just saw that there is so much opportunity, so much vulnerable people in here. So at our COP experience, we just go to the pavilions, go to the Yango and the other youth engagement, and we just met young students in here, and we realized that actually the Turkey is in the really good position to represent young engagement. Sorry, and actually we just making connection with the other international young delegates, and so, and he is our vice coordinator, by the way. Welcome, Emre. So it was a really good experience for us, because the COP28 is really different from our country and the other climate summits. So we are really happy to be here, and we try to just show them to other students in Turkey after we just go there. And thank you.
Even sitting this chair is so important for us because there was labeled speakers like Fatih Birol talking here, and we are talking here right now because I'm really excited. And COP28 is not, I don't know, maybe in COP28 feedbacks, maybe they will be better every year, but I don't think it was good for us. Actually, we met a lot of beautiful people who works a lot of good stuff and projects, but about the climate change, I think this is not enough, and we don't want any more COPs. We want this to end and to climate change. I hope our countries, our world leaders decide the best for all of us, because this has to end right now, right here. So I really like the negotiations. We participated. They were really hard. Our negotiations doing our best, because there's so much going on. Like, I didn't understand the word. There was a lot of paragraphs, a lot of words. Like, I don't know. They were all so hard, but they are trying too hard in here. In 2 weeks, they are trying to make our positions better and get better. I hope Turkey gets better every time, like in this year. Thank you. I will give it to Emre, I guess, because he arrived.
Okay. First of all, I'm so sorry about being late. I was Azerbaijan's pavilion to speak with UNICEF's projects. I just explained Climate Envoys movements there as a vice coordinator of Climate Envoys movement. What's my experience into COP28? I really meet with too many young organizations. I just take maybe 50 card visits from them. I just really wanted to reach all of them because we are just 5 now, but we are just 5 of them. They are all 194. We have to engage all of them with international areas. It's too important to be bigger in the international areas as a Turkish people. That's why in Turkey's pavilion, we are trying to explain today COP28's experience. Then another side of it for us, looking and following the negotiations. I'm a law student. I explained many times of it. As a law student, following the negotiations is too important because whenever you are out of that area in your country, in your home, you cannot understand what exactly going on here and between the politicians. But when you came here and when you just watch in 5 matters between the negotiations, that makes really better to understand everything between the countries, their problems, their discussions, their agreements. That makes everything better for us. Then we will explain everything to our all climate envoys too. That's why we are here, and thanks for everything to invite us here.
I want to add something. Actually, 2 days ago, we met the COP28 presidency and we had the opportunity to explain ourselves to them. So actually, for us, it was a huge step because they didn't know actually what we are doing. So after the meeting, they just know us better, and I think it's a good step for Turkey and young delegates in here. Thank you.
So for me, COP experience is going very well because I'm also a political science student. And before the COP, I was always like wondering how those making process are going on and how those I don't know, many people are coming one common solution. So that was such a great field to experience and see the process. Why I came to COP28? First of all, because of my, my interest for the topic, and since we are here for 5, we are representing our other climate envoys fellows. From the experience we got from here, we will take those inputs and present them and use those inputs in various areas and various projects. So this is actually the Turkey is doing pretty well that youth engagement by letting us to see the negotiations in the field at the real time with the negotiators. We feel very powerful actually to see that, and we feel so special, and that's make us to make work harder and give us that support. Our governments are always behind us. So, yeah.
Well, thank you all for your answers. And my next question is, what is your plans after the COP? And as climate envoys, do you have any future action plans?
I'm the first one and the hardest question. Actually, everybody who watches us now just wonders. They all know our potential, and they're just wondering what's the next. What can we do in Turkey, and what's our opportunities for that project? Because our ministry has funded us to came here. That's really important, actual support for us for project of climate envoys, but that must be real. Our projects, our plans, our taking contacts must be real. That's why we will just start with the first step. we will just get contact with the countries which is nearest, which is the nearest to Turkey. Then we should start with the projects we have seen here from other countries, pavilions and other countries, organizations. We should start to make those projects in Turkey to make our climate emotion movement bigger. I think the first step must be real, and we shouldn't actually see the highest place first, actually.
Actually, as a coordinator, I just want to inform the other climate envoys what's going on here, because they have a passion and they are hardworking university students. So we just want to accelerate them in a good way. So actually, we have a just action plan, but the schedule always changing, and we just want to work and work. When we just come back to the Turkey, because we have the responsibility and we had a just good experience in here, but it's have to be moved actually. We have to continue. So after we just inform the other climate envoys, we just want to making a conferences, educations, and we have a plan actually. We just talk, and this when we come back to the Turkey, it's time to action. Yes, and we want to compare the reality in here and their thoughts about there, because it's really different being here and heard about here. It's a really different thing. So we just want to inform the other climate envoys. We know they didn't get this experience, but we just want to feel. We just want if they can feel if they were here. So it was a really relief and proud for us. Thank you.
Actually, we met a lot of valuable and powerful business people, and after we returned to Turkey, we want to make collaboration with them, not only from the Turkish people, but both we met Yango, the youth engagement of United Nations. We want to make a participation with them. We are going to collaborate with a lot of youth engagement projects, and at the same time, we want to um, get awareness to all of the university students, not only in our climate project, climate envoy projects, but the other old students in our universities. And at the same time, our government wants a lot of feedbacks from Turkish pavilion. We will send them because of the COP28. After the COP28, they will get ready for the COP29. So it should be better every year, and we are trying to reach all the pavilions, see all of them, and compare to our pavilion, and what we can do best next year. What's Turkish pavilion look like, and what's the difference between the best pavilions and ours? So after here, we will give a lot of feedbacks to them, and I think they will give feedbacks to us too about all of the things that we do here. And I think COP28 gets better every day, and we are sad we are leaving tonight. It was a great opportunity, and in Turkey we want to spread the awareness of not only the climate change, but there will be a lot of children rights problems, and we want to not only talk about climate change, because the climate change problem, climate change crisis is not at the same time it's a human rights crisis and the children crisis.
Actually, my colleagues are say everything I was gonna say, but okay. As I said before, from the knowledge we got it from here, first of all, we try to make differences in our universities, ours like a smallest circle. Then with that climate envoy network, we will spread those effects to the whole, to the Turkey level. Thanks to the UNICEF and our government support, we try to make differences in our country with the workshops or it can be like online Zoom meetings, because we believe that like even like a little thing we do is it's gonna make a huge differences. So especially why we like the reason why we here to make like connections actually to make better our climate environment. I believe that we got very I don't know precious connections in here. We got many promises to collaborate in the future, and I hope that we make happen really. So it's not just words. We're gonna take action. I promise. So yeah.
Well, thank you for all your answers. And I have only one more question. Do you have any suggestions for the next young delegates?
Okay, first of all, my first advice is bring comfortable shoes, because the area is so huge and you need to like walk everywhere. And the most important one actually to make plan to come here prepared, because there are a lot of things to learn to see, and you need to arrange which meetings are held in which place. Like you need a schedule basically to take the best from the COP28. So this is my biggest advice actually.
I think when they will come, they would work harder, sorry, because there is so many things at negotiations. Of course, we read the paper, but there's like 50 pages, so maybe working hard is much more better for the next COP9, and maybe make a better presentation, because I didn't, I guess. We can make better projects for next years. Maybe they can tell them all the projects that we are going to do this year. Thank you.
Actually, I think the young people have to follow the latest updates, because they actually everything changed so fastly. So before they come here, or they didn't have to be here, but they should follow the reports, the news and other things, because the things change so fastly. So and when it's come to the negotiations, it's like so much the technical words and the other things, but you and we didn't expect to understand this clearly, but I think they should after COP28 they should just follow right now to be ready at the COP29, because there was so much information and so much update. So it's really hard to follow the updates in a 1 month or 1 week or something. And they should read the reports, because the reports like the 100 pages or something. When we just saw the reports before we come here, we just scared, because there was so much report, and we didn't feel uncomfortable in here. So I think they just follow the news updates, and they should be ready in the COP29, because the youth is an important subject in the COP. So they just have to take the responsibility for their selves.
Thank you, Elif, and the other colleagues. First of all, I should say they must be ready to reach everybody. They must be ready because they can reach everybody in COP28. Every president of all countries, especially our president Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has arrived here, and they can maybe reach him on the other countries' leaders in COP29. That's why you have to show your projects and your future, how can I say, perspective to them. And also other Turkish business people and the other countries, organizations, leaders, or the managers they can reach. And also, if you don't have enough project to show them, you are not enough to be actually COP28, COP28 and COP29. That's actually our first likeness for COP28, but we also had showed our old projects and our futures plans. That's why COP project and COP organization is too important for every person who interested in sustainability and also especially climate envoys. That's why COP conference is really big chance for reaching everybody about climate change.
My last but not least advice is to follow one specific topic, because in this way they can understand what's going on very clearly. So stick with that one topic. That's my advice.
Well, thank you to all the panelists are here. So that was my last questions, and now we can have some questions from our audience if you have any. Yes, please.
This is Murat Kınacı. I'm with the Turkish delegation. My question is about you and your perspective. What is your key message that you would like to deliver to our senior administrators? For example, we have our chief negotiator for climate change here. What do you want to tell Madam Deputy Minister and also head of our climate change department? What would you do different? And I make an emphasis on in the word different. What would you make different if you were them?
First of all, actually, really, it's my observation. They are really doing my advice really good. My advice is listening the youth, listening the young people. And actually, when we came here, we didn't think that we will be listened as much as now. That's why I can say that listening youth and their advice and their perspectives and their plans is too important for administrators. That can I say.
So I would like to also add something. Well, maybe for the next yacht delegation of Turkey, before we came here or the next delegates came here, maybe you can educate them briefly about how negotiations works. That's my last advice. Thank you. And we can answer if you have one more question. If you have any other questions. Well, if there's no questions, that was the end of our panel. Thank you all for participating.
Öyle mi? Aa, Hülya Hanım ilk çıkıyordu sanki ama. Başka bir oturum mu?
Yok, bu oturum. Abdullah Bey'in. Önceki o moderatör sunum yapacak.
O zaman bunu bağlamayalım mı?
Bağlayacağız mecbur.
Bundan mı yapılacaklar?
Hayır bu kalacak. Uzaktan yapacak, bu kalacak burada.
Ha,
Bu şöyle
tamam.
kalacak, o konuşacak.
Tamam. Şey yok yani, bir bilgisayar işleri yok onların.
Galiba umuyoruz. Size zahmet şifrenizi gelebilir misiniz? Yani şimdi o geç onu yapmayın bence ya. Kol falan sorun olur son dakika denemeden. Evet ben arkadaşımla yardımcı olacak size merak etmeyin. Aynısı o denediğimizi bağlantı sorayım. Nazlı Hanım buraya da şifre bir daha.
Benimki şey böyle.
Ultra aynen. Sunum hangisiydi?
Buradan bulmak zor, klasör açayım böyle bulalım.
Evet. Aslında çözünürlüğünüz yüksek. Şunu bir...
Çözünürlük biraz yüksek.
Evet gayet yüksek.
Şurayı yine biraz daha. Genişletelim mi o notlar kısmını rüzgarın önünde? Yana doğru. Neden şey gözükmüyor bir sonraki slide?
Geçince gözüküyor şöyle.
Ha.
O bir yükleme olayı diyelim.
Tam bu kadar şey olmasın da aynı gibi olsa aşağı yukarı daha iyi olur sanırım. Şurayı da biraz...
Demişti hatta bir sonraki çok önemli değil.
Evet. Ama arada bir tane uzun olan var. O en azından kesilmesin. Çok küçük oldu. Biraz...
Bir sonraki zaten. Çok
tamam,
önemli.
çok görmek zorunda değilim.
Evet. Tamam. Bakalım.
Ben de bağlantı ekleyebiliyorum.
Tamam.
O yüzden size hazırlayacağız. Şöyle bırakacağız. Siz geldiğinizde ekranınızı şöyle açacağız.
Kapatmayın çünkü şey oluyor benim.
Yok, şuraya
Mavi
kadar
ekran
soruyor.
veriyor.
Şuraya kadar soruyor.
O nerede yapacak bunu? Ha, biz bunu orada mı tutalım? Ha tamam. Çevirmeyi de buradan yapacağım ben.
Ama da çünkü kapatırlarsa mavi ekran oluyor benim bazen.
Ben defter alsam mı ki yanıma? Bir defter isterim.
Şöyle sunum açık şu an. Öyle kalsın. Şöyle dursun. Beyefendiye de söyleyelim. O da gelsin. Yok siz değil. Sizden de önceki Abdullah Bey. Abdullah Bey laptop onu rahatsız edecek bir durum yok. Sunumunu buradan yapacak. Sonra siz gelince açın kapağı devam. Yalnız yani ya da koysanız sorun olur mu? Olmaz. Şöyle siz de bırakın ha. Arkadaşım. Abdullah Bey buradayken şu laptopun burada kalması gerekiyor. Çünkü kendisi yapacak. Ya ama böyle duracak.
Geçiş yapamıyoruz ama ben yapacağım.
Yok. Hayır yeşil. O yapacak. Sunumu istiyorsanız sonra siz bakarak yapabilirsiniz.
Ama kendisi yapabilir. Hiç zor değil. Zaten yeşil ileri, kırmızı geri. Ha, kırmızı şurada aynen. Yeşil ileri. İstiyorsanız gösterin o kürsüde. Sorun.
Merhabalar, panelimiz başlamak üzere. Yerlerinizi alırsanız. Welcome. Please sit your side and our panel is begun. Ben başlayayım, yani müsaade ederseniz. Distinguished delegates, dear guests, welcome to our beautiful country's pavilion, Turkish pavilion. My name is Mustafa Uzun. I am work as head of department at General Directorate for Protection of Natural Assets. Today we have four presentation. The first one about ecological corridors in Turkey. Mr. Abdullah Uçan is the General Director of Protection of Natural Assets in Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. Yes, Mr. Uçan, you have the floor.
Değerli delegeler ve kıymetli katılımcılar, Türkiye standımıza yapılacak yan etkinlik programımıza hoş geldiniz.
Dear delegates and valued participants, welcome to our side event program at our Türkiye stand.
Ben Doktor Abdullah Uçan, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı Tabiat Varlıklarını Koruma Genel Müdürü olarak görev yapıyorum.
I am Dr. Abdullah Uçan. I work as the General Director of Protection of Natural Assets at the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change.
Bakanlığımız Türkiye'de korunan alanlar konusunda yetkili kurumlardan birisidir. Biz de Tabiat Varlıklarını Koruma Genel Müdürlüğü olarak korunan alan oluşturup bu alanların yönetilmesine yönelik süreçleri yürütüyoruz. Korunan alanlarımız biyolojik çeşitliliğin korunması ve iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele edilmesi amacıyla belirlenmektedir.
Our ministry is one of the authorized institutions regarding protected areas in Turkey. As the General Directorate for the Protection of Natural Assets, we create the protected areas and carry out all process for managing these areas. Our protected areas are determined to protect biodiversity and struggle with the climate change.
Bununla birlikte Tabiat Varlıklarını Koruma Genel Müdürlüğü olarak son 3 yıldır Türkiye'deki korunan alanların birbirine bağlanarak koruma uygulamalarında bütünlüğün sağlanması amacıyla ekolojik koridorların belirlenmesine yönelik çalışmalar yürütüyoruz. Ekolojik koridorlar birbirine yakın coğrafyalardaki habitatları ekolojik olarak birbirine bağlayan, türlerin geçişine imkan sağlayan, doğal ve yapay olarak teşkil edilmiş bağlantı alanları olarak tanımlanmaktadır.
In addition, as the General Directorate for the Protection of Natural Assets, we have been carrying out studies for the last 3 years to determine ecological corridors in order to connect protected areas in Turkey and ensure integrity in conservation practices. Ecological corridors are defined as natural or artificial connection areas that ecologically connect habitats in close geographical regions and allow this passage of species.
Türkiye, coğrafi konumu sebebiyle iklim değişikliğinden en fazla etkilenecek bölgelerin birisinde yer almaktadır. Bu nedenle bakanlığımız tarafından ülkemizde iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele konusunda önemli ve somut adımlar atılmaktadır. Bunlardan birisi de ekolojik koridorların belirlenmesine yönelik projemizdir. Ben de sizlere ekolojik koridorlar kapsamında yapılan çalışmalarımız hakkında kısaca bilgi vereceğim.
Due to its geographical location, Turkey is located in one of the regions that will be most affected by climate change. For this reason, our ministry carries out very important and concrete practices in combating climate change in our country. One of these is our project to determine ecological corridors.
Sizlere ekolojik koridorlarla ilgili aktaracağım sunum toplam 8 başlıkta oluşmaktadır.
My presentation about ecological corridors consists of a total of 8 headings.
İlk olarak Türkiye'nin biyolojik çeşitliliğinden bahsederek başlayacağım. Dünya üzerinde belirlenmiş 36 biyolojik çeşitlilik sıcak noktasından 3 tanesi ülkemiz sınırlarında bulunmaktadır.
First, I will start by talking about Turkish biodiversity. 3 of the 36 biodiversity hotspots identified in the world are located within the borders of our country.
Ekranı kaydedin. Evet. Bir sonraki slayta geçelim. Türkiye'de yaklaşık 11.000 farklı tohumlu bitki türü vardır. Bu bitkilerin yaklaşık 4.000'i endemiktir. Bunun dışında 498 kuş türü, 16 memeli türü ve 80.000 omurgasız türü bulunmaktadır. Dünya üzerindeki kuş göç yollarının en önemli 2 tanesi de bilindiği üzere ülkemiz üzerinden geçmektedir. Bu nedenle ülkemiz biyolojik çeşitlilik bakımından kıta özelliği göstermektedir.
There are approximately 11,000 different seed plant species in Turkey. Approximately 4,000 of these plants are endemic. Apart from this, there are 498 bird species, 160 mammal species, 8,000 invertebrate species. 2 of the most important bird migration routes in the world pass through our country. For this reason, our country has continental characteristic in terms of biodiversity.
İşte özet olarak aktardığım bu zengin biyolojik çeşitliliğin korunması amacıyla bakanlığımızca korunan alanlar oluşturmaya aralıksız olarak devam ediyoruz. Günümüz itibariyle korunan alanlarımızın büyüklüğü yaklaşık 10 milyon hektara ulaşmış durumdadır. Korunan alanlarımızın ülkemize yüz ölçümü oranı %12,87. Korunan alanlarımızı da OECD standartlarına uygun olarak ülke yüz ölçümünün %17'sine ulaştırma da hedefimizdir.
We continue to create the protected areas by our ministry in order to protect this rich biological diversity, which I have briefly explained. As of today, the size of all our protected areas has reached about 10 million hectares. The ratio of our protected areas to the surface area of our country is 12.87%. We aim to increase our protected areas to 17% of the country's surface area in accordance with OECD standards.
Tabiat Varlıklarını Koruma Genel Müdürlüğü olarak bu görev kapsamında doğal sit alanları, özel çevre koruma bölgeleri ve tabiat varlıklarını tescil ederek koruma altına alınması çalışmalarını hızla yürütmekteyiz. Hedeflerimize gelecek olursak, Genel Müdürlüğümüzün korunan alanların belirlenmesi, bölgenin imar planlarının yapılması, bu alanlara yönelik başta altyapı olmak üzere her türlü korumaya yönelik yatırım yapılması ile birlikte ana hedeflerimiz iklim değişikliği ve etkileriyle mücadele etmek, ekosistemleri ve biyolojik çeşitliliği korumak, bozulmuş habitatları korunan alanlara bağlayarak bu alanlar arasındaki türlerin geçişine olanak sağlamak, korunan alanların ekolojik koridorlarla bağlantısını sağlamak olarak özetle sıralanabilir.
Our main goals can be listed as together with determine the protected areas, prepare development plans for the region, and make all kinds of investments for protection, especially infrastructure for these areas. First, to combat climate change and its effects, to protect ecosystems and biodiversity, connecting degraded habitats to protected areas and allowing species to migrate between these areas. Lastly, ensuring the connection of protected areas with ecological corridors.
Korunan alanlar özellikle nesli tehdit ve tehlike altındaki türlerin devamı ve ekolojik süreçler için sığınak görevi görmektedir. Aynı zamanda korunan alanlar su ve gıda temini ile diğer ekosistem hizmetleri ve rekreasyon imkanlarından dolayı alanda yaşayan insanların temel sosyal ve ekonomik ihtiyaçlarına da cevap vermektedir. Ülkemiz sahip olduğu doğal güzellikleri ve biyolojik zenginlikleri korumak üzere belirli alanlara koruma statüleri tanımlayarak mevcut ve olası baskılara karşı bu alandaki değerlerin daha sonraki nesillere aktarılmasını sağlamaktadır.
Protected areas serve as shelters, especially for the survival of threatened and endangered species and for ecological processes. At the same time, protected areas also meet the basic social and economic needs of people who living in the area due to its water and food supply, other ecosystem services and recreation opportunities. In order to protect its natural beauties and biological riches, our country defines protection status for certain areas and aims to transfer the values in these areas to next generation against current and possible pressures.
Korunan alanlar büyük miktarda karbon depolamaları, sera gazı emisyonlarının düşürülmesine katkısı sayesinde iklim değişikliğine uyum ile etkilerinin azaltılması bakımından hayati öneme sahiptir. İklim değişikliğinden etkilenecek olan birçok biyolojik türün devamlılığının sağlanması açısından da doğal çevrenin ve yaşam alanının korunması son derece önemlidir. Bu nedenle korunan alanlar artık sadece biyolojik çeşitliliğin korunması maksadıyla değil, iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele ve etkilerinin azaltılması için de oluşturulmaktadır.
Protected areas are vital for adaptation and mitigation of climate change due to its contribution to storing large amounts of carbon and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It is extremely important to protect the natural environment and habitats to ensure the continuity of many biological species that will be affected by climate change. For this reason, protected areas are now being created not only to protect biodiversity, but also to combat climate change and reduce its effects.
Bu bağlamda Tabiat Varlıklarını Koruma Genel Müdürlüğü olarak ülkemizde iklim değişikliğine uyumun sağlanması ve etkilerin azaltılması amacıyla ekolojik savunma hattı oluşturmak, birbirlerinden kopuk korunan alanları arasındaki bağlantıları kurmak, türlerin ve habitatların korunmasını kolaylaştırmak için ekosistemlerin sağlıklı bir şekilde işleyişini sürdürmek, biyolojik çeşitlilik üzerindeki baskıları azaltarak kaynakların sürdürülebilir kullanmasını teşvik etmek, ekosistem ve biyoçeşitliliği korumak, kritik habitatları olumsuz dış etkilerden korumak, bozulmuş habitatları korunan alanlarla bağlayarak bu alanlar arasında türlerin geçişine olanak sağlamak ve habitatın doğal yapısına dönmesine yardımcı olmak amacıyla korunan alanlar arasında ekolojik koridorların belirlenmesi projesi başlanmıştır.
In this context, as the General Directorate for the Protection of Natural Assets, creating an ecological defense line in order to adapt to climate change and reduce its effects, establishing connections between disconnected protected areas, maintaining the healthy functioning of ecosystems to facilitate the protection of species and habitats, promoting sustainable use of resources to reduce pressures on biodiversity, protecting ecosystem and biological diversity, and protecting critical habitats from negative external effects.
Değerli delegeler ve saygıdeğer katılımcılar. Bu slaytta, bir sonraki slayta geçebilir miyiz? Bu slaytta ekolojik koridorlar çalışmasında Türkiye'nin 7 bölgesinden elde edilen 2 fotoğrafa yer verdim. Bu fotoğraflar arazi çalışmalarında kullandığımız fotokopanlar ile elde edilmiştir. Gördüğünüz üzere çalışmalarımızda besin piramidinin en tepesinde yer alan ekosistemin sağlıklı olduğunu gösteren 2 önemli memeli türden bozayı ve dağ ceylanı tespit edilmiştir. Özellikle bunun gibi büyük memeli hayvanların habitatlar arasında geçiş güzergahlarının ekolojik koridorlarla belirlenmesi bu hayvanların korunması açısından son derece önemlidir.
Dear delegates and respectable participants, in this slide, I place 2 photographs taken from several regions of Turkey within the scope of our ecological corridor studies. These photographs were taken with the camera traps we used in field studies. As you can see, in our studies, they were identified that brown bear and mountain gazelle, which are the 2 important mammal species that showing the ecosystem at the top of the food pyramid is healthy. In particular, determining ecological corridor as the passage routes between the habitats of large mammals is extremely important for the protection of these animals.
Projemizde ekolojik koridorların belirlenmesi için 3 temel veri seti kullanılmaktadır. Bu veri setleri habitat uygunluk, ekolojik bütünlük ve ekolojik direnç alanları verileridir. Bu 3 veri kullanılarak son olarak ekolojik koridor uygunluk verisi belirlenmektedir.
In our project, three basic data sets are used to determine ecological corridors. These data sets, habitat suitability, ecological integrity, and ecological resistance areas data. Finally, ecological corridor sustainability data is determined by using these three data.
Habitat uygunluk verisi, arazi kullanım sınıflarının habitatlarına uygunluğuna göre puanlaması ile oluşturulan veridir.
Habitat suitability data is created by scoring land use classes according to their suitability for habitats.
Bu değerlendirmede şehir merkezlerinde habitat varlığı bulunmadığından habitat uygunluğu düşük, ormanlık alanlar, sulak alanlar ve kırsal bölgelerde doğal habitat bulunduğundan bu alanlar yüksek habitat uygunluğu gösteren alanlar olarak değerlendirilmiştir.
In this evaluation, habitat suitability is low since there isn't any habitat in city centers. Since there are natural habitats in forest areas, wetlands, and rural areas, these areas are considered as areas with the high habitat suitability.
Ekolojik bütünlük verisine gelecek olursak, habitatın belirli bir arazi sınıfı içerisinde devamlılığının sağlanıp sağlanmadığını gösteren veridir. Uygunluk analizi 1'den 5'e kadar puanlanarak yapılmaktadır. 16. slayta geçelim Mustafa Bey. Örneğin ormanlar habitatların devamlılığı için kendi içerisinde uygun bir alan sağlarken, şehir merkezleri habitat geçişlerini engellediği için ekolojik bütünlük göstermeyen alanlar olarak nitelendirilmektedir. Bu veri arazi kullanım sınıfları ve onların uygunluğu ile kıyaslanarak belirlenmektedir. Ekolojik direnç alanları verisi de ekolojik direnç verisi habitat devamlılığına engel olan veya bir set oluşturarak tamamen engelleyen yapılar ekolojik direnç verisi olarak kabul edilmektedir. Direnç analizi 1'den 5'e kadar puanlanarak yapılmaktadır. Otobanlar, resimde gördüğünüz üzere, şehir merkezleri, köprüler, hava alanları gibi yapılardır. Bu nedenle ekolojik koridorlar oluşturma çabalarında en önemli veri setlerinden birisi de ekolojik direnç alanları verisidir.
Ecological integrity data that shows whether the continuity of the habitat is ensured within a certain land class. Suitability analysis is performed by the scoring from 1 to 5. For example, while forests provide a suitable area for the continuity of habitats, city centers are described as areas that do not show ecological integrity because they prevent habitat transitions.
Bu üç veri kullanılarak ekolojik koridor uygunluk verisi hesaplanmaktadır. Bu veri çalışma alanı kapsamında koridorların geçmesi gereken habitat uygunluğu yüksek, ekolojik olarak geçiş bütünlüğü sağlayan ve herhangi bir şekilde habitat geçişine engel barındırmayan alanların belirlenmesini sağlamaktadır.
Ecological corridor suitability data is calculated using these three data. This data enables to determination of areas where corridors should pass within the scope of the study area, which have high habitat suitability, provide ecological transition integrity, and do not contain any obstacles to habitat transition.
Ekolojik koridor güzergahları belirlendikten sonra etki alanları belirleniyor. Etki alanları ekolojik koridorların 3 kilometre sağına ve soluna doğru belirlenen alanın incelenmesi ve koridorun genişleyebileceği ya da daralabileceği bölgelerin tespit edilmesi için kullanılan bir veridir. Böylece çok daralmış ve bozulmakta olan ekolojik koridorlar ya genişleyebilecek bölgelerin tespitinin yapılması mümkün hale gelecektir. Bu alanlar özellikle yeni oluşturulması düşünülen korunan alanlar için de rehberlik edecektir.
In order to determine where the transition between the protection zone with the scope of the study area will be, it is necessary to define the route between each area. For this reason, the short route application use allows determining both the most suitable route and the shortest route between the protected areas.
Korunan alanlar arasında belirlenen ekolojik koridorların sağlayacağı çevresel katkıları şu şekilde sıralayabiliriz. Biyolojik çeşitliliğin korunması, karbon yutak alanı teşkil etmelerinden dolayı iklim değişikliğinin etkilerinin azaltılması, popülasyonlarda genetik alışverişin aksamadan sürdürülmesinin sağlanması, tehlike altındaki ya da parçalanmış alanlarda yaşayan canlıların bir habitattan diğerine geçişine imkan sağlaması, ekolojik yapı ve işlemin korunması, parçalanmış ekosistemlerin yenilenmesi, türler için tehditlere karşı alan oluşturulması, yerel, bölgesel ve küresel düzeyde biyolojik çeşitlilik ağlarının oluşturulmasıdır.
Impact areas are data used to examine the area determined 3 km to right and left of the ecological corridors and to identify where the corridor can expand or narrow. Thus, it will be possible to detect ecological corridors that are very narrow and deteriorating of areas that may expand. These areas can provide guidance, especially for newly created protected areas. We can list of the environmental contribution provided by the ecological corridors determined among the protected areas as follows. Firstly, preservation of biological diversity, reducing the effects of climate change because they constitute the carbon sink area, ensuring that genetic exchange in population continues with the disruption, enabling creatures living in endangered or fragmented areas to move from one habitat to another, preservation of ecological structure and function, renewal of fragmented ecosystems, creating areas for species against threats, is the creation of biodiversity networks at local, regional and global levels.
Evet, bugün iklim değişikliğine karşı bir savaş halindeysek,
Today we fight to change of climate change.
Bu savaştaki en önemli silahımız korunan alanlarımız.
Our most important weapon is the protected areas.
Korunan alanlarımız oksijen salmaları ve özellikle karbon yutak alanı oluşturması nedeniyle çok önemlidir.
Our protected areas
oksijen salmaları ve
produce the oxygen and sink the carbon.
Yutak alanı olması nedeniyle çok önemlidir. Buradaki temel hedefimiz de iklime karşı en önemli direnç alanlarının arasında bir bağlantı oluşturarak bu direnç alanlarındaki habitatları canlı tutmayı sağlamak.
Our primary aim is to protect these areas and integrate one protected areas to the others.
Dolayısıyla bu proje bugün anlaşılabileceği seviye çok sınırlı olsa da gelecekte ülkemizin en önem duyacağı bir proje olacağına inanıyorum.
So our project is although is new but future it is become the more important issues.
Buradan elde ettiğimiz koridor verilerini de özellikle üst ölçekli planlara aktararak gelecekte şehirlerin planlaması yapılırken bu sınırların koridor olarak olacak şekilde bırakılmasını hedeflemekteyiz. Teşekkür ediyorum beni dinlediğiniz için.
Thank you for your attention. Sunacağım ama kim sunacak? Next presentation about the impact of climate change on water resource and adaptation. Miss Hülya Silkin will be present it. Miss Hülya, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. You are very welcome, everyone, to this site event. I greet you respectfully on behalf of my institution, Republic of Turkey, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, General Directorate of Water Management, and myself. In my presentation, I will talk about the state of water in global and in Turkey, and the necessity of adapting to changing climate. Thank you. And I want to elaborate this topic, so I am going to give you some information about climate change, water scarcity, drought situation, water efficiency campaign, climate change impacts on water resources project, and adaptation to climate change on water resources project. In the state of water in the world is shown on the left side. The amount of fresh water that can be used is just 1.2%. As seen on the right side of the screen,
The pie chart is sectoral water uses of Turkey. The sector that uses water the most is agriculture. Turkey is located in Mediterranean basin, one of the most vulnerable regions to adverse effects of climate change. Meteorological drought situation made by the SPI method in the last 24-month period, it is seen that drought events continue at scales ranging from extreme drought severity to severe, moderate, and mild severity. Our projections show that by 2030, Turkey's available water will decrease by 20%, but at the same time, we expect our population to increase by 10%. According to Folkenmark indicator, currently Turkey is under stress, and if this situation continues, Turkey will face with the water scarcity threat. Within the framework, Turkey is adopting base management plans that are the most efficient action-oriented framework of development and management of water-related land resources in specially defined integrated manner. Within the framework of basin-based management in Turkey, General Directorate of Water Management plans are preparing river basin management plans, risk management approach-based flood and drought management plans, and sectoral water allocation plans. Our January 2023, the water efficiency campaign was launched under the auspices First Lady Ms. Emine Erdoğan and under the coordination of the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. As a part of this campaign, first of all, we determined our roadmap to achieve goals. In May 2020, we published water efficiency strategy document and action plan within the framework of changing climate change. And in this document, we prepared 4 actions plans for main sectors, namely urban, agricultural, and industrial water use and horizontal water efficiency components. The project I would like to mention is Climate Change Impacts or Water Resources Project, which was finalized in 2016. With this project, I'm sorry, there is a technical mistake. Okay. With this project, the impacts of climate change scenarios on surface and groundwater bodies were determined. Adaptation activities based on river basin districts covering whole Turkey were identified. The results are publicly available in this website. And I want to give you some information about the methodology of the project. Global climate models were downscaled. Then we used regional climate models, and then hydrological models was completed. Eventually, future projections of water availability were obtained. On the other side, sectoral water use projections was conducted for different sectors, such as domestic, agricultural, industry, and ecosystem water. As a result, future projections of total water use was calculated. Finally, we estimated of water shortage and excess. As seen in the presentation, a regional climate model was run with 3 global climate model outputs with RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5 scenarios, and 8 climate parameters and 17 climate indices were created with the model outputs. These projections can be searched dynamic as maps and graphs in database. As shown on the map, it is expected to increase in annual mean temperature in all models and for both scenarios. Temperatures are expected to rise by 2 to 3.5 degrees for RCP 4.5 scenarios, and for RCP 8.5 scenarios are expected to rise by 4.1 to 6 Celsius degrees. And the next one is precipitation. Precipitation projections doesn't show a linear increase or decrease. The changes vary regionally and seasonally. But in general, we can see a decreasing trend for all Turkey according to both scenarios. As you can see on the bottom side, right bottom side, while precipitation increases in the northern part of Turkey, there is a decreasing trend in the western and southern part. It means some regions will suffer from floods, while some parts will experience drought. When we look at the climate indices, we observe the number of days we experience frost, cold nights like that are going to decrease. Results of projections show that there will be increasing trend in climate indices such as hot days, heat waves, summer days over 35 degrees. And the second project is Adaptation to Climate Change on Water Resources project, finalized by General Directorate of Water Management in this year. With this project, cost-benefit analysis and details of rainwater harvesting and grey water use were presented with real case. A total of 10 pilot projects were prepared. 5 of is rainwater, the other 5 is for grey water. Trainings were organized with the participation of the local governments, and guidance documents have prepared on the use of rain and grey water. Rainwater harvesting systems were analyzed in 7 different building types in 6 provinces, such as industrial zone, public buildings, and hotels like that. The most important factors affecting the payback periods of rainwater harvesting systems are precipitation, roof, a technical problem I cannot see. Okay. The most important factors affecting the payback period of rainwater harvesting systems are precipitation, roof area, unit cost of water, and initial investment and operating cost. These figures show that return periods vary based on micro cases. Many scenarios are profitable in public buildings, and it is very advantageous in terms of cost benefits for indoor sports halls, industrial zones, and recreation areas with large roof areas compared to other building types. And the other thing is, in these projects, we found that using rainwater harvested in residential buildings for irrigation of green area is more advantageous as the construction cost is reduced compared to using its flash water in toilet reservoirs. Another one is use of grey water systems in this project. Use of grey water systems were analyzed in 5 different buildings in 6 provinces. And like rainwater harvesting, the most important factors affecting the payback period of grey water use system are the amount of grey water collected, initial investment and operation cost, and unit cost of water that varies by municipality. And when we look at an example, there is a hotel in Antalya. There is no demolition construction cost as there will be no installation or flooring changes required for grey system. Application in same hotel when construction has not been started. And when we look at when it is in use hotel, the return period is 7 years. But if this grey use water systems plans before construction, the return periods gets decreased and it gets decreased 7 to 3 years. So before planning, before construction, when we make green water system and also rainwater systems are more advantageous in terms of cost of benefit analysis. And for these projects, documents are available, cost-benefit analysis, pilot projects, brochures. Our documentary is generally in Turkish, but executive summary is in English, are available in this QR code and this website. In conclusion, decrease in water resources in Turkey By 20% by 22, a serious water deficit is expected in the middle, southeastern and eastern part of Turkey. By 2050, average temperatures will be 4 to 6 degrees higher across Turkey, especially in the eastern and southern parts of the country, where the increase will be 1 to 2 degrees higher than in the rest of the country. A general decrease in total precipitation, most notably along Asian and Mediterranean coast. Increases in precipitation along the Black Sea coast. The number of days with heat waves expected in the east and southeast of the country could reach 200 days a year by the end of the century. Increased risk of forest fires due to rapid increase in heat waves. Decreases in total snow cover, with snow melting more quickly in parallel with rising temperatures, increasing water stress in late spring and summer. Extending the use of rainwater and greywater are among the most important water management strategies we can develop against the possible water shortage in the future due to rapid population growth and adverse effects of climate change. Rainwater harvesting and greywater systems can save a great amount of water in domestic water consumptions. With the awareness the water is not an infinitive resource and Turkey is not water-rich country, it has been concluded that rainwater harvesting and greywater systems can be applied in every region by establishing a cost-benefit balance. Before finalizing my presentation, I want to mention about a little bit our naturally determined contribution document. In this document, Turkey's main policies regarding adaptation of water resources, such as water efficiency, sectoral water allocation plans, and reduced water losses, these main policies are in our NDC. To sum up, it is time to take action. Let's manage the risk together before it turns into a disaster. In this process, we say, be a drop of you. We invite everyone to meet in common concern and contribution for our water resources, to join hands for our water and our future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Hülya Silkin. The next presentation about carbon neutral cities, the path to sustainable development. Mr. Furkan Doğru, as the engineer at the General Directorate of Combating Desertification and Erosion. Yes, Mr. Furkan, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Furkan Dostoğru, representing the General Directorate of Combating Desertification and Erosion, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of the Republic of Turkey. I am delighted to be here today to present our project on carbon neutral cities, which aim to determine the carbon dioxide sequestration capacities within Turkish cities. So, Turkey ratified Paris Agreement 2 years ago and has set a target of reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 41% by 2030 and submitted its revised NDC in April this year. And this bold pledge aligns with Turkey's overreaching goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. To realize this ambitious goal, Turkey has been investing in renewable energy sources, enhancing energy efficiency and measures, and prioritizing the protection, improvement, and increasing of its forest areas. The Paris Agreement provides a unique opportunity to realize a green and just transition and supports the implementation of its mitigation and adaptation policies. Our country has a significant mitigation potential, meaning that there is a large opportunity to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This potential is spread across a number of sectors, and including energy, transportation, buildings, industry, forestry, and agriculture. And Turkey has developed a number of plans and strategies to identify and tap Turkey's mitigation potential. These plans, strategies have been prepared, updated, or being drafted by the line ministries and the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization, and Climate Change has been coordinating efforts in combating climate change. And as you can see from the slide, there is a wide range of legislation and policy documents that providing a comprehensive framework for climate action in Turkey. And these documents cover a variety of sectors. They set out Turkey's vision for a sustainable and climate-resilient future. Turkey, closely following the EU policies and developing legislation on the climate change and environment to comply with the related acquis. And Turkey climate change policy is structured by various sectoral, local, national policy documents, strategies, and action plans on mitigation and adaptation. The General Directorate of Combating Desertification and Erosion initiated a feasibility studies for establishing carbon neutral cities and concurrently with the beginning phase of the initiative during the COP26. And as you know, Natural Cities helps Europe in its ambition to achieve climate neutrality through climate actions, significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions and ensuring their capture through increasing carbon sinks. And here is our project, and it's crystal clear. Carbon neutral cities are one way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate the effects of climate change. But however, understanding our current position is crucial in terms of carbon dioxide absorption capacities of wooded areas and their economic value. And I mean, assessing whether the carbon dioxide stored in these areas compensates for the emission in that area. So with that understanding, we can develop effective action recommendations to achieve the concept of net zero cities and lay a solid foundation for afforestation efforts in climate change, efforts in districts and cities. And it's planned to renew this project every 2 years to ensure continuous progress and adaptability. So, in this project, we utilized sophisticated algorithms using Sentinel-2 satellite data to determine wood vegetation areas in residential areas. Leveraging this data, we created a comprehensive map showcasing green areas across all districts of Turkey. And we calculated the carbon dioxide absorption capacity of these green spaces along with their economic value. And the table presented here illustrates the wood vegetation inventory in Kayseri, Turkey, for example. As seen here, there is a remarkable variation in the amount of green space and carbon dioxide absorption capacity across districts. Our project unveiled the impressive carbon and carbon dioxide sequestration capacity of wood vegetation within residential areas across Turkey. This national scale assessment revealed that residential areas in Turkey sequester approximately 1.1 million tons of carbon dioxide annually. And I also want to mention that these results underscore the crucial role of our urban green space in mitigating climate change and promoting environmental sustainability. And this is my last slide. And here you see that the yearly economic wealth of captured carbon dioxide amounts to approximately 57 million USD within a residential area spanning 1 million hectares. And thank you all for your time and attention today. Should you have any question or wish to explore more on this topic, I will be around. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Furkan. The last presentation is about the land use change, and the forestry. And Mrs. Elif Pınar Polat, she will be make this important presentation. Mrs. Elif, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Uzun. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Turkish Pavilion. Today, I will talk about land use change, and forestry sector in our climate change mitigation efforts. I will briefly discuss the climate change strategy and action plan, as well as the actions of the forestry sector. After ratification of the Paris Agreement and the enhancement of the net zero target, Turkish government announced the enhanced NDC last year. And then we have started preparation for the green transition. We focus on 7 sectors as energy, industry, building, transport, agriculture, waste, and forestry. We are preparing a comprehensive plan. Currently, we are actively working on Turkey's long-term climate strategy and national climate change mitigation strategy and action plan. The action plan has been completed this year. This strategy and action plan will be an important complement to the NDC, and it will provide a long-term vision and important signal for the sector. These efforts are closely coordinated with the relevant ministries. As I mentioned before, the action plan covers 7 main mitigation sectors and 2 cross-cutting theme areas: carbon pricing and just transition. The action plan includes 49 strategies and 265 actions, in total 9 sectors. Each sector's strategies are detailed with action, and responsible organization, implementation period, and indicator are specified for each actions. Briefly, I would like to talk about the current situation in Turkey. The forest area in Turkey is approximately 23 million hectares. With the mega forest fires in 2021, our mitigation efforts were negatively affected by approximately 10 million CO2 equivalent. We are working increase our forest areas, and also we are working on project to increase our carbon sink capacity, which is essential for achieving our net zero target. We believe that we can achieve our net zero target by protecting our forests and ecosystems. For this reason, as Turkey, we attach great importance to sustainable forest management and protection of biodiversity. The LULUCF sector is an important sink area for Turkey. Therefore, strategies in LULUCF sector mainly focus on the protection and development of carbon sink areas. In addition, ecosystem protection and the transition to circular bioeconomy for the forestry and agriculture sector are one of the main focus areas. It's also planned to improve carbon management with the capacity building and technology development. We attach great importance to development of the capacity of experts. You know, natural systems have achieved the net zero targets. In fact, research shows that the natural-based solution could contribute to approximately 30% of climate mitigation needed by 2050 to meet Paris Agreement objective of limiting global warming. As is known, forests provide clean air and water, protect against the erosion, and help to regulate the climate by removing carbon from the atmosphere. By preventing deforestation and degradation, which contribute around 13% of global CO2 emission, we will significantly reduce carbon emission. That's why forests are one of the best examples of the natural-based solution. In short, natural-based solution can be win-win for people and nature. In summary, briefly, our LULUCF sector strategies are to protect and increase forest areas, increase carbon sink capacity, increase expert capacity, innovation, and technology development. Before I finish my presentation, briefly I would like to talk about the Turkey's National Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan. We recently updated our national adaptation strategy, and we have benefit from the natural-based solution in this document. We have benefit from the natural-based solution in various sectors to enhance our climate change adaptation action. In addition to this policy document, our natural-based solution catalog has been published. With the natural-based solution catalog, we aim to guide local governments on adaptation to climate change. We hope that with this catalog, natural-based solution will be encouraged in urban and rural landscapes, in sectors and thematic areas to adapt the infrastructure and superstructure to climate change. Our catalog has 4 chapters. In first chapter contains basic information. The first part defines natural-based solution. It explains the relationship between the natural-based solution and ecosystem services. And the second part, the relationship between natural-based solution and adaptation to climate change. The functions of the natural-based solution in reducing the effects of the climate change and preventing disaster risk are explained with the example and visual in this catalog. In the third section, how the watershed works, the city watershed relationship, the effects of the climate change on the cities and the basins are explained in the third section. The last chapter describes the details of the natural-based solution that can be applied to basin and city scale. This section includes basic solution cards. Thank you.
Elif Pınar, thank you for this fruitful presentation. Dear participant, you can ask your questions to our panelists. Otherwise, we will close the session. Any question? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We are ready. Let's start this excellent panel. I like to introduce two persons who have high reputation, high qualified, high reputation in the scientific committee, scientific area for the climate change. And I'd like to introduce Professor Jin Siki. He's a professor and he has a big experience and big reputation on the energy and climate change. And also I'd like to another speaker who is also very famous in the climate change area, and he is secretary of IPCC, and also he is a scientist in the meteorology area as well. So firstly, I like to thanks to them because it's my honor to stand in front of you today to underline the profound significance of IPCC in guiding goals and, of course, Turkey's climate change and policies. And we know very well, IPCC is not a just foundation. IPCC provide us a scientific way approach how to overcome the consequences and negatively effects of climate change around the world. And actually, I like to thank chair of the IPCC because we were benefit from the results of IPCC synthesis to develop or to right now I'm declaring to you two action plans. One is mitigation strategy and action plans. Another one is adaptation strategy and action plans. And also we need some information, we need some scientific findings, and we are already have in the findings in your synthesis reports and the sixth reports as well. And we know, you know very well that Turkey is located in the Mediterranean region, Mediterranean climate zone. And the rise of temperature is about 1.1 or 2 degrees Celsius around the world. And we look at the all region, Mediterranean climate zone, it is already reached to target of the Paris Agreement. It's about 1.5. And also we sharply decided to make, how to get some solutions related to all vulnerability committee in Turkey. So actually today, let's start to this panel because we don't have time enough, and also you are very busy, I know. And actually Turkey, with its unique geographical and environmental characteristics, face distinct challenges and opportunities in the context of the climate change. The insights shared by Professor Siki and Moxie today will clearly contribute to our collective understanding of how Turkey and other countries can overcome these challenges, a path toward to a sustainable and resilient future. And as Turkey, we are aware of our role in our region and in the world also. We can carry out necessary steps and offer our contribution in fight against the climate change as well. In this context, we give utmost importance IPCC assessments, what I said before. We would like to enhance our academic presence in IPCC assessment, like Shir Alkesh, you know, he elected in the chair of third working group, and we would like to enhance the number of the academics. And nowadays, so that we have nominated more than 40 academicians to the scoping meeting for a special report on climate change and cities. And also more nomination will be for reporting and other assessments as well, we hope. Professor's his work, including his significant contribution to the IPCC reports, special reports on global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and climate change and land, has been instrumental in shaping our understanding of urgency and scope of climate actions. And we know his leadership enhances the spirit, international collaboration that is essential for combating, tackling the global change of climate change, global challenge of climate change. So I like to ask, how do you envision enhancing international collaboration and cooperation among IPCC member countries to address the urgent challenges by climate change for the seventh cycle? This is first question. Another one is IPCC's last synthesis report is a major breakthrough for scientific basis of climate change. The report's findings have resonated widely and provided a significant outlook for the future. On the other hand, the 70 cycle studies have just been. In this context, how do you evaluate the results of the last cycle, sixth cycle, and what is your vision for the seventh cycle based on the results of the last one, past cycle?
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to speak at the Turkey Pavilion. And just to say, we are looking forward to visiting Istanbul in January for the first plenary session of the next cycle. So what I might do is just to answering your questions is to quickly summarize under three themes the results of the sixth assessment report, and then I'll say where we're going in the seventh cycle. So the three themes are the status of climate change and its impacts, global progress, and enhanced ambition. So our last report confirmed that current trends in emissions in climate action are quite simply incompatible with a sustainable and equitable world. They've led to global warming of 1.1 degrees already. It could be 1.4 degrees this year, and it's resulting in more frequent and more intense extreme weather events. It's affected the lives of billions of people. More than 3 billion people living across Africa, South Asia, the Americas, small islands in the Arctic are highly vulnerable to climate impacts, though they've contributed least. And of course, the Mediterranean region is also severely affected. So loss and damages are part of our future. They're going to hit the most vulnerable ecosystems and people especially hard, but actions that we take now can make a difference. And the options available to adapt are becoming, unfortunately, more constrained and less effective with every increment of warming. So some future changes are absolutely unavoidable, and some could in fact be irreversible. But deep, rapid and sustained reductions in emissions in all sectors increase the likelihood that we could limit warming to 1.5 degrees. And just to say, emissions would need to be cut by almost half by 2030, reaching net zero carbon dioxide emissions in the 2050s. So where do we stand on global progress? Well, assessing progress up to December 2020, we highlighted, of course, that we're not on course to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. And in fact, without strengthening our actions, we're on track for a 3 degrees increase in global temperatures by the end of the century. And that was confirmed by the recent UNEP GAP report. Progress on climate adaptation has increased, but it is uneven. We are simply not adapting fast enough to keep up with the changing climate. Now, but it's not all bad news. We also pulled out the fact that there is evidence of increased climate action. Some countries and cities have shown what's possible, and there have been sustained emission reductions in around 20 countries. So we've begun to bend the trend on global emissions, even if we've yet to see an emissions peak. More than half of global emissions are now covered by climate legislations, policies and institutions, and about a fifth of emissions are covered by some kind of carbon pricing. And of course, there's also been very good news about renewable energy and energy storage. We've seen 85% decreases in the cost of solar energy, 55% decreases in wind energy costs, and 85% reductions in the cost of batteries. And many mitigation efforts actually have synergies with adaptation and the Sustainable Development Goals. Trade-offs can be managed and synergies can be enhanced. But despite these positive developments, unless we take immediate action, we are not going to keep the warming to 1.5 degrees. So our reports state that in different sectors there are choices available today that could cut global greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 by half compared to 2019 levels, at a relatively low cost and some even self-funding. Renewable energy, particularly wind and solar, offers the biggest potential within the energy sector, and in the short term there are big opportunities in buildings, transport and industries. And I should say that scenarios that achieve net zero CO2 by 2050 include the phase out of unabated coal and very significant reductions in the use of oil and gas, with most of our electricity coming from zero or low carbon sources, especially renewables. Now, more ambitious and determined climate action now will reduce the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere and avoid the need for very rapid reductions in emissions later. Delaying action will make future emission reductions far more costly, challenging and disruptive. So the decisions we take now will actually have impacts and reverberations for hundreds of years. Now, on to the seventh cycle, which you also asked me about. We have yet to settle on the programme of work. That's for Istanbul in January. We will produce the special report on climate change in cities, and Shir Kilkus from our bureau has been very active on the steering committee for that. But the rest of the cycle is going to be determined in Istanbul. We've conducted a survey of governments and we have made a good start in structuring the options that are available to us. But relevance for the UNFCCC process including the Paris Agreement and the second global stocktake, is going to be a key consideration. And of course, we'll be paying very close attention to the outcomes of COP28. One thing I might add to finish is that I might also add that equity has come to the fore as a major issue in terms of both scientifically and in terms of policy relevance. Towards the end of last cycle, we held a workshop on scenarios and modelling, and a key message directed both to the scientific community and IPCC was that we need more attention to equity issues in terms of scientific substance, inclusiveness of research projects right from the start, and membership of key steering and advisory bodies. So I can't tell you precisely what the seventh cycle would look like, but that is the broad direction we're going into. I've talked a bit about the science and the conclusions, and if you address questions to my good colleague Abdallah Moqsit, he will have some of the more operational aspects covered.
Thank you, Professor. That's right. So, COP28, I think the main theme should be building trust, and also should be course correction. So for this purpose, I think IPCC has a profound importance to pushing leaders to make and to take some decisions. And by using IPCC reports and maybe next reports, leaders should take leaders maybe they will know they have to make some measures and considering the results of the 70 reports. Thank you very much, Professor. Now, Dr. Moqsit, I'd like to continue with you. And your leadership have been marked by a commitment to fostering international collaboration and inclusivity and the integration of diverse perspectives within the IPCC reports. As a secretary of IPCC, could you elaborate on the unique role that IPCC plays in the global climate governance landscape, and how does the IPCC contribute to shaping international policies and initiatives aimed at addressing climate change? To answer this question, to respond to this question, I'm giving the floor.
Thank you very much. Maybe I will stand because to see the screen, you are sitting here, so I will be there. Okay. So thank you very much, and it is always hard to take the floor after our chair, James Key, because now, please, I am seeking your indulgence. Don't make comparison. He's better than me. So now, related to your question, I am pleased to show you the history of IPCC from the beginning. Because first of all, when IPCC was established in 1988 by the World Meteorological Organization and United Environment Programme, it has as a mandate to assess research, not to do research. And all the reports should be neutral about policy. But let me show you that all the reports of IPCC were instrumental, at least for one claim, which is UNFCCC. The first assessment report in 1990 was critical for the establishment of UNFCCC. Many people don't know this. It is thanks to the first assessment report that UNFCCC, was established. The second assessment report in 1995 was critical for Kyoto Protocol. The third assessment report in 2001 was critical to introduce the adaptation process. Why the fourth assessment report in 2007, which got the Nobel Prize, was critical to introduce numbers. We started speaking about 2 degrees C as anomaly. And this is coherent with the research. When we are advancing in the research, we are using numbers. The fifth assessment report, 2013-2014, was critical for Paris Agreement. Now we run and we concluded the sixth assessment report, the most intense cycle in the history of IPCC, with 8 reports. And you saw just one remark. This is the first assessment when we have a special report about 1.5, which was requested by UNFCCC. But we did have one special report about climate change and ocean, and one special report about climate change and land. The common adjective in this is that determinant is they are, let's say, solution-oriented. We are touching sectors. And we, as our chair said, we decided already to have a special report about climate change and cities. Now, we are starting, of course, this is what I already said. This is something which is critical. We should keep the momentum, and we should really behave in this framework to assess research and to be neutral. So I want also to explain to you that something which is unique in IPCC. It is the interaction between government and scientists. And just I will go quickly. This is structure we are using, but I like one scheme. This is really critical for the process of IPCC. It is the 10-step needed to prepare or report, any report for IPCC. From the scoping, the approval, nomination of author, selection of author, expert review, government and expert review, final draft report and submission of policymaker, and also government review of final draft, and approval, acceptance, and report. There are 10 steps. I am calling them the 10 commandments because it is really important that the interaction between government and scientists will be there. Because, and this make IPCC the unique institution following this strict mechanism. Now, what is really relevant, and this is connected to your question, and it was already highlighted by our chair, is that we did have already lesson learned from 6 cycles. And taking in consideration all this lesson learned, positive, negative, and so we also launched a sort of survey for all the governments. And let me tell you that this is the first time that we got the maximum of responses from focal points in order to tailor the next cycle. And I think this is why what is coming in Istanbul, and I really, as our chair said, it is critical. Let me tell you that Turkey, and I am honored, will be the country hosting the first plenary in 7 cycle. The first plenary in 7 cycle. And this is really important. And there we will start the whole strategic planning, or also the number of work. We will have the roadmap about future of IPCC. And I think with this, what is really important, IPCC is trying to assess research, to transform it in the voice of science to help in decision making. IPCC is not telling any country to implement any option. IPCC is providing options, and it is for the countries to take the necessary decision, to make the necessary choice for option to be adapted to their context. And this is something we should really know. And as our chair said, the added value for IPCC is coming from the involvement of all the countries. Involvement from any level. Turkey already has someone in the bureau, and it is honorable. Turkey is contributing scientifically. This is honorable. But let me tell you, we are looking as much as possible to the contribution of all the countries, and they can be involved at any level. I can tell you, it can be any expert, can be expert reviewer to IPCC report just by self-declaration. Self-declaration that there is no conflict of interest, and this is what we are looking for you, and this is what we are looking for from all the experts of any country, including Turkey. So this is what I want to share with you, and I'm pleased to provide any information if needed. But my chair already said all what is requested.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And actually, we have another questions to Secretary of IPCC. Second question, you are ready. Actually, could you provide insights into the scope and priorities of the seventh assessment cycle? How does IPCC plan to address emerging climate science challenges and integrate new research findings into the assessment? Do you have any additional?
Our chair already replied to this, because the plenary in Istanbul will be instrumental to come with what is requested for. But I'm turning to my chair because he can elaborate more than.
Yeah. Okay, Jan, you can see that Abdallah Moksat is a proper scientist because he used PowerPoint and I didn't. So that's an important message. But just to say, to add a little to what we expect to do, in Istanbul, we have surveyed governments about possible reports for the cycle, and we have a list of possible projects and reports that is so long the scientific community would need to clone itself 5 times if we were going to meet all these objectives. So some very difficult discussions will take place. But the topics that have come up more than others, one on tipping points in climate systems, things like the West Antarctic ice sheet, issues like that. A lot of countries have wanted things. There has been a lot of the suggestions are heavy on adaptation, including reports that will inform the global goal on adaptation and how you measure progress towards it that's in discussion here. And coming out of the first global stocktake, there's a big identified gap on the question of perhaps overshooting 1.5 degrees and how you bring things back again, which has scientific challenges for physical science, because we need to understand the Earth system, we need to understand irreversibilities in climate impacts, and in the Working Group 3 domain, we need to understand techniques for extracting carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So that's a flavour of the kind of topics. And as I said, when I was talking earlier, it's important what we can do in time for the second global stocktake. And that, I think, will be a big part of the discussions with our governments.
Thank you very much. Actually, I have enough questions. I haven't asked. There is anybody else having some questions to high reputation scientists, and one is the chair of the IPCC, another one is secretary of IPCC. Please.
Hello, this is Derin. The sixth session chairman had a background in economics, and you have a background in energy, specialist in energy. This kind of gives me the idea that actually energy transition is of incredible importance in actually achieving our goals. Is that true?
Yeah, just to say, I mean, my very first degree was in physics, but I've done almost every other discipline since then. I consider myself a dilettante in terms of scientific matters. And I have specialized in energy a lot, and the energy transition is incredibly important. But it's also important to remember that we need action in other sectors as well, like agriculture, forestry, and other land use. And there was a special report on climate change in land in the last cycle, which my working group managed, which I identified a lot of these relevant issues. But just to emphasize the fact, we need to be very interdisciplinary in IPCC. We need all disciplines, including social sciences and economics, as well as the physical sciences. So that's going to be very important. And when countries nominate authors, it's good to remember that that wide range of disciplines is needed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, simple question. You published valuable reports, which affects all our lives. Do you have a communication strategy for young generations?
Have any communication with young generation?
Yeah. I can see people who are very much younger than I am, so that's okay. Right. Yeah. Just to say, we have very much registered this, and in fact, there are 3 vice chairs in IPCC, and we have made each of them focal points in IPCC for the different communities around the Framework Convention. So it's being done by Ladislas Changa from Tanzania is leading on it, and Ladislas and I are meeting with the Yungo group to establish how we can build better relationships over the next cycle. And we are very keen to advance schemes, for example, where we recruit young scientists from developing countries to act as chapter scientists who are very active within IPCC reports. My working group ran a scheme like that in the last cycle. It was very successful. People got, co-authored papers with senior scientists. They injected themselves into global networks. And so we are really looking at the option of expanding that out. So we really do have that in mind.
It was actually complimentary how to become a young author for the IPCC reports. As Turkey, we are candidates right now for COP31st. So we would like to have our authors, young authors from Turkey, just helping IPCC for Turkish special issue, for instance. Thank you.
Okay, please, the government of Turkey should nominate young authors, because we cannot select unless we have people nominated, and we need to so get that message across in a good range of disciplines there as well. I might add that, we do have, quotas effectively for different regions of the world. And Turkey is part of the European region in WMO terms. And one of the things that we have addressed much more is the question of a balance within regions, because often regions are dominated by particular countries. And we have sent out a kind of signal that we need to make sure that all countries within a region are represented. And just to say, Shir Kilkus, who's now on the Bureau of IPCC, we're very pleased to see her there, and she did an excellent job as an author in the last cycle.
I suppose younger special envoy or envoys organize these 2 questions, as I think. That's okay. Thank you very much. Let me extend our thanks to Professor Jimsky and Dr. Abdullah Moksit for their valuable contribution, dedication to advancing global dialogue on climate change. And also their expertise and leadership are crucial as we work together on more sustainable and climate resilient future of the world, and also not only one country because we know all out strategy required to combat the climate change and overcome the consequences of the climate change, especially in particular on the vulnerable countries. And thank you very much for joining us and deliver this good speech and excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Actually, I have to finish this panel session because another one is waiting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Şunları alayım. Şunları alayım.
Ladies and gentlemen, just in a couple of minutes we will start for the next session presentation. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can start. Time's up. Title of today's session is the hydrogen ecosystem within the scope of climate change. In this session, actually, one gentleman just the previous session asked a question. What is the importance of the energy sector or energy sector, especially for the climate change? Actually, he can find a little bit more answer to his question in this session. I hope so. So in today, actually, let's a few words about hydrogen. Why we are talking about the hydrogen? Actually, when we say that climate change, there are two main pillars. One is the adaptation to climate change, and second one is the mitigation with the climate change. When we say the mitigation, renewable energy, energy efficiency, all these technologies or application area is very, very important. But when we say the renewable energy, most of the energy carrier is electricity. But electricity as an energy carrier is not enough. We need second energy carrier, which is hydrogen. So when we fight or mitigate the climate change, especially for the future action, future implementation, future target, we need hydrogen. It's much more important. It will be much more important in the short term, mid term, or long term period. So today we will talk about the hydrogen, but not only hydrogen. We call this hydrogen ecosystems. Without ecosystems, hydrogen will not be implemented economically, technically, which are very, very important. When we say the energy as a second hydrogen energy carrier, hydrogen can be used in all sectors, especially transport sector, industry, energy sector. When we say hydrogen energy, hydrogen production, starting from the hydrogen production, hydrogen transmission, distribution, storage, and end use. We can use all these sector hydrogen. In today, actually, we have two distinguished speaker and panelists. One from the FEV from Germany, FEV Europe from Germany, Thorsten Schnorbrus. He will talk about the transport hydrogen usage of hydrogen usage in transport sector. Second panelist, Mr. Emre Erdoğan, from the energy production company in Turkey. Then he mostly will talk about hydrogen in energy sector, but also with the hydrogen usage in industry. Actually, we have some ongoing collaborative projects together with FEV and also energy company. And also, I will talk about a little bit about hydrogen research activities in TÜBİTAK-MAM. So, I forgot to introduce myself, but my name is Fehmi Akyum. I'm from the TÜBİTAK Research Center. And then I will a little bit give some information about our activities on hydrogen technology. First of all, let's start with Mr. Dr. Thorsten Schneider-Burs. He will give us a presentation about hydrogen usage in transport sector. Floor is yours, please.
Yes, welcome from my side as well. My name is Thorsten Schnorbus, working for FEV in Germany, actually having a large subsidiary also in Turkey. So I was asked to talk about the use of hydrogen in the transport sector and giving a bit of an overview in this regards. I'm not sure which button to press. Maybe this one better. Great, yes. Now found it. So, just a bit of an overview, what we see in the future market, of course. What, of course, is done in Europe by the so-called alternative fuels infrastructure regulation, that there's planned a significant amount of hydrogen stations being operational by 2030, which at least gives a very broad network to fuel, especially also hydrogen trucks. There is the plan to have 6 megatons production for hydrogen. And of course, why hydrogen? We have a refueling time which is very much common, very much similar to today's refueling of diesel trucks. The benefit, of course, we have no CO2 emissions, and obviously, if we produce the hydrogen in a green way, we also have upstream no emissions of greenhouse gases. Our assumption from FEV Consulting, that's a branch of FEV, we look into the future markets and we see that by 2040, we assume that there is 10 million hydrogen vehicles on the road. And still, what is the benefit for hydrogen, of course, in transport? It has a much higher energy density than battery electric vehicles. And that, of course, gives a reason where we say for shorter distances, electric vehicles are perfect, they're very efficient. But if you go long distance, want to refuel very quickly, and still be climate neutral, of course, hydrogen plays and will play a very significant role. So just to give you a couple of examples what FEV is working on, and of course I will in the end also tell a bit about what's going on in research. So just some examples which are maybe at first one is a bit curious. It's an example from a race car actually showing that also hydrogen can be a very, very powerful driver for racing. Of course, you know, it's not the main user for hydrogen in the racing, but of course it showcases that it's very, very usable also in today's and very rough conditions. So this car is built and being used in racing in the future, and it's based on the 200 kilowatt fuel cell application. Some more examples in this regard. This is a very interesting example coming from India actually, and they are having, or actually we have supported an Indian company, in this case here it's mentioned Reliance, to retrofit or to produce trucks with hydrogen combustion engines. So maybe I didn't mention this. Hydrogen can of course be used in different types, in different ways. Fuel cell is one of them for the future, of course, very efficient powertrain, but at the end, what counts today is also speed. Yeah, speed in terms of transition of speed. And hydrogen engines can play a significant role in this because they are, for now, quite a bit cheaper than a fuel cell. At the same time, they can help to have a much faster market penetration. So this example shows also in India we can do this on a commercial basis, and this company is trying to push very hard to get these many vehicles on the road with hydrogen combustion. Some other applications, just to showcase, is also being in the moment already being able to be bought by customers. It's off-road applications. So of course we need in off-road or in land machines, agricultural machines, we also need renewable energies. And for these applications, batteries are usually not the easiest solution. You need to operate very long with very high power, and in this case, hydrogen can play a perfect match. In the same case again, we can use here, for example, fuel cells. In this case again, it's a hydrogen combustion engine, because fuel cells sometimes have a bit of a heat issue when operation machines are not moving. Because hydrogen, of course, creates still some waste energy by transferring back to electricity or to power, and an engine can get rid of the energy by exhaust gases easier than a fuel cell. Fuel cell, you have kind of 50% losses which you have to cool, and the cooling is quite a heavy task, and if you have no wind, not like a truck, then sometimes the cooling can be a challenge. Therefore, this example is also used using a hydrogen combustion engine. So what we see here as FEV, this is of course not exhaustive, but we see a significant amount of vehicles coming to the market, already on the market actually, and coming to the market also with larger series production. And we see that we have left this stage of being demonstrators. This is all more or less series production announcements, and that means there is already a market where you can go and buy applications and vehicles to use hydrogen. So this will of course help to improve and also to load the being built infrastructure. And it's very much important to really get into speed here, and there is, as you see, many applications coming, and as mentioned, there is quite a few more which are not on the slide. And let's say, why have we do a connection here with colleagues from TÜBİTAK? We are leading as FEV this European project. It's a 19 million euro funding project called Escalate, where we look into heavy-duty trucks for long-distance applications. And we have a number of partners here, quite a few from Turkey as well. And we have the challenging task to demonstrate the significant long-distance fleets across Europe. The different vehicles, different OEMs actually, I just mentioned Ziso here, and Electra, BMC, Mercedes-Benz Turkey, and Ford, Otosan, they are looking into different use cases, they are looking into different powertrains, and with this research task, what we are trying to do is, of course, push the borders of making long distance vehicles, first of all, affordable, and second of all, being more powerful and having a better range. And we're trying to push this on the electric side. Two of them are electric vehicles, and 2 of them will be fuel cell driven. And of course, we will see what the future brings, but of course, our target is to make both concepts as much as possible long distance available for the future. And then we'll see if different applications might have benefits in different regions or with different infrastructure. Megawatt charging is a topic as well here, but of course, refueling of hydrogen as well, which is still a bit of a burden, but there is clear vision how to solve these things. And as I mentioned, the AFIR is already underway for Europe to refuel the hydrogen all across Europe. So I'm happy to take some questions later about, let's say, transport-related hydrogen usage. Of course, hydrogen is one of the solutions. We also, of course, look into other like e-fuels, which also be able to cover the fleets, because the fleets which are on the road today need also to be green in the future. Otherwise, we will not meet our climate targets. So there's a bunch of different solutions which we take into account, and of course, hydrogen in the future, one of the important ones of that. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention, and happy to have questions later.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Thorsten. We will get the question after our presentation. So before giving any, now I'm going to invite Dr. Emre Erdoğan to give his speech. Please, floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Emre Erdoğan, and I am working for Enerjisa Üretim. So we are a energy investor, operator, and also trader of electricity and also carbon emissions in Turkey. And we are developing our business outside Turkey as well. For the time being, in Turkey, we are operating more than 3,700 megawatts from 5 different technologies, and our ambition is to be more than 5,000 megawatts in the upcoming years by 2026. For the time being, we have 1,000 megawatts of wind assets under construction, and also we are developing further on top of this 1,000 megawatts in Turkey. So in a phase, what we can say, we are also in transition from rather carbon emission type of productions to renewables as well, and also the green hydrogen will be a part of this transition. By the way, Enerji Üretim is a joint venture of Sabancı Holding, a Turkish conglomerate, and also E.ON, the German utility company. Also, you can see the distribution of our operational assets in Turkey, and day by day, our center of gravity is shifting towards west of Turkey, where we have the abundant resources for renewable production, especially wind and solar as well. As I said, our target is to become carbon neutral by 2045, and we are also trying to foster to have a earlier date than 2045, and also developing a lot of renewable assets. By the way, by 2020, we made a commitment that we will not be investing further to thermal assets, so all our new investments will be mainly on the renewable wind and solar part. We also have a energy and carbon trading company, Energy Commodities, which is set up in 2023 in Netherlands. So you can see the trade amounts that we are achieving through Enerji Commodities in Turkey and all over the world actually. And on top of electricity production and also trading, we have another company, which is the Synchron Energy Digital Services. So throughout this company, what we are trying to do is to provide our experience to the energy market, how to digitalize their process, how to achieve the performance monitoring and predictive maintenance activities as well. So in a way, we are also trying to lead the digitalization, the digital transformation for the energy and power business in our sector as well. So if we come to today's topic, the sustainability, it is our focus as well, and these are the main pillars of our sustainability strategy. So just because we have a very close relation with the environment, so being an environmental stewardship is one of our priorities. And also the security of energy supply, it's an important subject. It's beyond our company's area actually. It's a national issue as well. So we are also giving a priority for that one, and especially having 100% renewable is our ambition in the short term as well. So when we come back to our Green Hydrogen Valley project, actually this is the first Green Hydrogen Valley project in Turkey. We also get a donation from Horizon Europe, and it is the biggest amount which is provided to Turkey as far as I know. So the project will be located in south part of the Marmara Sea, so that is why we call it the High South Marmara as well, together with the South Marmara Development Agency. Previously, we have a basis at that location, and we are developing further on top of it. So this is the area that we would like to achieve. So actually, it's our dream, I can say. By 2030, we would like to be in this shape. For the time being, we have two CCGTs, a small hydropower plant, together with the solar power plant, so they are in operation. We have a very tiny hydrogen electrolyzer in operation, which is supplying the hydrogen to our generator cooling system. And we recently signed a battery storage for this area, And also the hydrogen electrolyzer will be coming here as a part of this Green Hydrogen Valley project. But our ambition is to have this Green Hydrogen Valley as the first stepping stone, as a pilot project. So the main target is to have a bigger hydrogen electrolyzer, green ammonia production facility, and just because we have the license to have a port and jetty here, so we can just transport the green ammonia within Turkey or outside Turkey as well. And also as a part of this project, what we are also looking is the carbon capture possibilities in this area, and also looking for green methanol production alternatives. So it will be a part of this Green Hydrogen Valley project in this region. And we also have some agrivoltaic solar power plants in the area for time being, where we are also having some small-scale agricultural activities. So as I said, it's a playground for us for time being. So we have solar, so we will have also wind turbine. This will be the first prototype of Enercon E175, which will be coming next year. So we will have all the renewable type of production facilities together with the hydrogen electrolyzers, the battery storage, and so on. So it will be a good area for us to cooperate with the academies, with the startups, whomever has an idea to test. So this will be a testing facility. I will come back to the floating or the offshore wind part, because we know that we are lacking that sense as well. So I will go into the details of the offshore part in the South Marmara Development Agency's presentation. And on top of it, we are also looking at alternatives to have a data center, because we have the electricity supply security, we have the internet connection here. So it is a part of the plans actually in this Bandırma energy base as well. So I think we will go to the next presentation. Today we were supposed to have a participant from the South Marmara Development Agency as well. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. So that's why Fehmi Bey and me will help to have that presentation to have the details of the project as well. So that's why I just went into briefly. So just waiting for the presentation.
I think we can continue for the next presentation.
Actually, I think everything has, yeah, okay. So normally Mehmet Bey was supposed to have it here, but I will help you regarding the presentation. As I said, the project covers Çanakkale and Balıkesir regions, the south part of the Marmara region. Why we are focused on this area is, as you can see, it has a huge wind and solar renewable production capacity. Almost 20% of the entire Turkish production is made in this region, and the region has a solar production capacity as well. These are critical issues for the green transformation as well as green hydrogen production, because you need the green electrons to produce green hydrogen. So this is the area we are talking about regarding the hydrogen shore actually. On top of the onshore facilities, these are the three locations where there is the offshore potential is in Turkey, because for the offshore you need a shallow seabed with a high wind possibility actually. So if you look at these opportunities, so these three areas are identified. So we know that there's the offshore potential in this part of our country. Besides the production facilities, you also need some consumption partners. If you look at it, there are a lot of industrial players in this region, from steel to chemical companies, who are also looking for the green transformation, decarbonization for their businesses as well. So What we achieved with this Green Hydrogen Valley project, we believe, is to match the production with the consumption as well, because that is the need actually we need to achieve. And as you also know, there are important natural gas pipelines going through Turkey, and these pipelines are important in the coming years for green hydrogen transformation as well, because there are a couple of projects ongoing in Azerbaijan. They are also targeting to convey this green hydrogen to Europe as well, and we are just one step away from the hydrogen backbone as well. So it will be possible to connect the production in Turkey to Europe through these pipelines. On top of that one, if you look at the potential of Turkey, Turkey is one of the few regions in the world that can export hydrogen, green hydrogen, outside its borders. When we say that, it means that we can produce more than what the domestic need is, so that we will have a surplus of green hydrogen production in Turkey. So this export opportunity as well. Regarding the framework of this project, so we will start with green hydrogen, but we will also look for the opportunities to produce green methanol and also green ammonia within this project. Why we are also working on these two issues is, for the time being, as you all know, exporting or transporting green hydrogen is expensive and is not so easy. But if you convert it to green ammonia, it's much more a conventional product. Everybody knows how to transport, how to store it, and how to use it. Especially the fertilizer industry is quite used to how to handle green ammonia. And when you say green ammonia, it's almost the same product. We are also looking on the methanol side of the project, because in Turkey we are a net methanol importer. So this will be a good alternative for us if we can produce green methanol within Turkey as well. So these are a part of the issues that we will touch within the framework of this project. So a little bit into details of the project. So this year we signed a grant agreement for the project. So we are now on the development phase. So the progress is a little bit small because we are at the early stage of the project. We have 5 years of the total project duration. So these are the partners of the project. So they are all the stakeholders in this project. As we say, we will be on the production side. Linde will be on the transportation, and we have different stakeholders in this project. So who will be on the consumer side or development side and in the other parts. On top of this project, we have another project ongoing together with TÜBİTAK MAM. I think I can also mention about that project. So we are supporting TÜBİTAK MAM to develop the first green hydrogen electrolyzer in Turkey as well. So hopefully we will receive it next year in 2024. I'm looking and checking with Fembe as well, because he's leading the development part. So the first totally national Turkish electrolyzer will be in operation in Bandırma facility by next year. So it's a part of the projects that we are following. So this is more about the financing. So different partners have their different levels of financing of the project. So mainly we are working on the production of green hydrogen, Etimaden and Kale on the consumption, and Linde is on the transportation side of the project actually. And this is the brief schedule. So we are planning to finalize the production side, the capex side of the investment within 2 years, and the different partners have their different time schedules within the project timeline actually. There are a lot of issues that we will be first within this project. As I said, it will be the first largest capacity green hydrogen production, and it will be 100% green hydrogen production actually. So it will be the first domestic usage for the ceramic and different industries like glass and steel industries as well. So I hope there will be a lot of firsts of Turkey during this project timeframe. So as I said, we will have an electrolyzer in our Bandırma facility. So it will be 100% electrolyzed by renewable power through the wind and solar power plants. We will have a battery storage. So the total production will be around 500 tons per year. And these are the consumer side of the project actually. So it will be produced and consumed within the same region. So that's why we will call it the Hydrogen Valley. So the production of the green hydrogen and also the feasibility studies for having green methanol, ammonia, and also sodium hydride will be a part of the feasibility studies. So the production will be only for the green hydrogen for the time being. So these are the locations of our partners. So it will be produced in Bandırma and will be transported to nearby regions. As I said, there are a lot of fertilizer, chemical, steel production in the region. So in a way, it's a good match for production and consumption of green hydrogen within the same region. And on top of it, there will be a lot of R&D and also training centers that we are planning to develop within this project because we know that it's a way of learning as well. So we would like to utilize the learning part of this project as much as possible. So we had the first signing ceremony and then we had the grant agreement in 2023, and hopefully we will be having more ceremonies, especially with the COD in the upcoming years as well. So the first production of green hydrogen is planned to be in 2025, somewhere in mid-2025, because I think as we will mention in the upcoming slides, having an electrolyzer is a long lead period, so for timing it's not so easy to acquire an electrolyzer in less than a year time. So we are planning to have it in the 1 to 1.5 years. So there are quite a few of other similar projects. So in our region, we are one of out of 3 hydrogen valleys, and in the world there's total 80 similar hydrogen valley projects ongoing. We are in touch with most of these projects, so we know that our challenge and goals are similar. So in a way, we are also cooperating all over the world as well. We also see some synergies with some ongoing other projects like the green hydrogen and blue Dinebu and also Robinson projects. So as I said, it's a playground and test field for us, so we are open for any type of cooperations in that respect, and we are also trying to share whatever we learn out of this project with academicians, with industry, and with all our partners. For the timing, we are in contact with 4 projects. 2 are progressing, and the other 2 is more on the planning stage. So we will be progressing all together with these 4 projects as well. And you can see the list of partners, so it's a long list. I will not go into the details, but everybody has their own role in this one. So we will be working in the south part of Marmara for upcoming projects as well, especially this will be for the transportation, especially the sea transportation, how we can utilize green hydrogen and green ammonia for decarbonization of the transportation in that respect. So we also have some risks and challenges regarding the project. As you know, green hydrogen is subsidizing or replacing gray hydrogen, and as natural gas prices drop, we have that cost issue that we need to come with a solution. As I said, the long delivery times of electrolyzer is another issue that we are struggling with regarding the project. And also to fill the gap between the gray hydrogen cost and green hydrogen cost, on the consumer side, there should be some incentive mechanisms that we are also working on for the time being. I think, yes, so as we said, we will continue to be the pioneer or leader of this green electricity installation and the transformation in the region. And we also would like to be a hub for the green hydrogen and green ammonia in the region. And hopefully this region will be the first carbon neutral region before the target of 2053. I think we should achieve a much earlier target in that respect as well. And also we don't want only to produce, but also to be the center for the renewable technologies in the region as well. So, thank you very much for listening. It was a long one. And we will have the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erdoğan. Now, I will go on to my presentation. Just I will give a short information about our ongoing research activities at TÜBİTAK Marmara Research Center. My name is Fehmi Akın. Under the TÜBİTAK Marmara Research Center, there are different research groups. One of them is the hydrogen and fuel cell technologies research groups, and I am the leader of these groups. So just very shortly, in my presentation, actually, I prepare just to give some information, underline some point related to the global greenhouse gas emission by sector. I mean, I will try to point out the importance of the energy sectors, and then a general overview of hydrogen production and application area, including transport, energy, and industry sector. And then I will go on to research areas on the hydrogen and fuel cell technologies. And then just very brief information about some selected projects, not all, give some information. As I said, the energy sector is just the same, around 75% of CO2 emission comes from the energy sector. When we say the energy sector, industry, transport, and buildings are the main sectors that we emit the CO2 emission. So just looking at this diagram, again another figures for the hydrogen production application, transport, buildings, and heat and power industry, and industry feedstock. Just 60% of hydrogen can be used in these sectors. So when we mitigate the climate change, we have to solve this. But it is not so easy. When we say, every day also point out that, the application or implementation of the hydrogen technologies is not so easy. We need an ecosystem, because when we say the hydrogen production, distribution, transmission, storage, and end use for different sectors, we have to utilize this all together. We need the ecosystem to establish an ecosystem. It is not so easy task. When we establish the ecosystem, we need the technology in one side, we need the investor for investment, and also we need to final or end use consumer. So, you know, in the right side, you see that hydrogen can be used in different sectors. If when we replace the hydrogen with the conventional fossil fuels, I think we can solve 60% of global change altogether. To say like that, it's very easy, but implementation is not so easy. So just in our groups or in TÜBİTAK Marmara Research Center, we have activities on hydrogen and fuel cell for about 20 years, actually over than 20 years. We are on the hydrogen side, we are mostly involved in the hydrogen production from natural gas, methanol and diesel reforming, and also the hydrogen production from sodium borehydride, and also hydrogen production just in the last 4 to 5 years. We are focused on the PEM electrolyzer, but also we are also working on the ionic change membrane electrolyzer too. We are also working on the catalytic burner. Catalytic burner is very, very critical. We are mostly talking about the CO2 emission, but NOx emission is also important. So by using the catalytic burner, we can reduce the NOx emission enormously. So also we are working on the hydrogen production, not only the green hydrogen, but also we are working on the hydrogen production, blue hydrogen. So from the coal and biomass, we can produce the hydrogen. We are also working on the hydrogen purification systems. You know, when we produce the hydrogen, it includes some undesired component that we have purified it. And also we work catalyst development related to the hydrogen technologies. Just on the fuel cell side, we are mostly focused on the low temperature fuel cells, which is mostly applicable for the transport application and buildings. In the past, we are also working with high temperature fuel cells for the stationary application, but we have some research activities on that, and also some application pilot scale and demo scale. So on the fuel cell side, we work on the component level, module level, and system level. I think I skip this. And then on the system level or module level, there are lots of things that we have to consider. It's a technical. These are the water management is important, heat management is very important, food preparation, power conditioning, process control, especially for the process efficiency perspective and also the process safety perspective. Process control is very important. These are some of our applications. We have two pilot demo application for automobile. One is the compressed hydrogen. We use the compressed hydrogen for the driving system through the fuel cells. Two of them. And two of them is the onboard reforming from the sodium boron hydride and together with the fuel cells. And we are also working on we completed several projects on micro cogeneration systems for residential application. We are also working on the drone unmanned air vehicles and also for power supply unit for emergency application or other application. These are some prototypes that we completed in the last years. Again, I'm skipping. These are the reformers that for residential application, which are 1 kilowatt electricity, 2 kilowatt, and 5 kilowatt prototype. 3 different prototypes on micro cogeneration systems. And in the past, actually, as I said, we are involved in the 20 years, over than 20 years, working on the hydrogen side. In the past, especially for the military application, these are reforming very, very critical. In the past, we compared some projects. These are reforming, and then also the hydrogen distribution or transmission in the natural gas pipeline. And also we work some projects, we complete some projects on the methanol production, green hydrogen from the biomass, and three generation that from coal and biomass actually. When we use the coal and biomass, we can produce different hydrocarbon including the hydrogen. So it was we complete this. Again, some projects, Emre has also talked this. We just in the 4 years we start to PEM electrolyzer. Just in these years, in March, actually, we completed one project for the PEM electrolyzer to produce the green hydrogen. This was the 10 kilowatt capacity, 10 bar at the pressure, 76 efficiency. We complete this project, and then we start new one, which capacity is 30 kilowatt and 30 bar. We have already started together with the energy South Marmara Agency, Development Agency, and Etimaden. They are all together, we are working on that. We have another projects for the fuel cells, especially when we talk about the new technology. There are two main KPI, key performance indicator. One is the efficiency, the other one is the cost reduction. So in this project, especially for the marine application, we have two KPI to reduce the cost and increase the efficiency. Together with Norway and South Africa, we work on these projects just for these two KPI. Another project is Escalate. Dr. Tostan has already talked about this. We are very happy to be a part of these projects from Turkish side. We have 4 or 5 partners. Again, this is a very, very important projects. Actually, from Istanbul to Bolu, maybe Bursa, one track will be go for logistic purpose. So in Turkey, it will be work at least 6 months, I think. Another projects, Dr. Emre Bey has already talked about the hydrogen source. Again, I also skip this, but just I want to point out that in this project, we use the sodium boron hydride. Hydrogen production is very critical, very important, but hydrogen storage is another technical, another challenging area. In these projects, in one work package, we use the sodium boron hydride production and also storage. Sodium boron hydride is solid state hydrogen storage material that, and then whenever you want, you can also reproduce the hydrogen by using different purpose. In this project, we use the micro cogeneration system for emergency application. So in this project, there is one work package related to this. You know, why sodium boron hydride is important, especially for the hydrogen storage. You see this some advantage as a hydrogen carrier is a solid state, high storage capacity, low working temperature and pressure, exothermic hydrolysis process, which is very stable, and high hydrogen protein. We can produce the hydrogen, very pure hydrogen. So you see the energy density compared with the other alternatives. So another projects, let me check my, I think I need to, another project just, as I said, we just started together with the Enerjisa and Etimaden and South Marmara region. This is the 30 kilowatt capacity for PEM fuel cell, PEM electrolyzer. This is another project for the hydrogen production from the biomass. This is another project. It's a very critical project actually. Normally, when we say that we can use coal, if carbon CO2 can utilize very efficient and environmental friendly, CO2 is very critical material. In these projects, we use the biomass, waste, and coal to produce the hydrogen or syngas, let's say, and then CO2 capture and utilize it. Why? We can utilize it together with the renewable energy. You see here, You see here, renewable energy, when we use the electrolyzer, we produce hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen can be used as a gasification agent, and then hydrogen can be used for different purposes. So there is no any CO2 emission in these projects if we can utilize the CO2. So the CO2, we can use it for any hydrocarbon. Another project is related to CO2 utilization. So when we get the CO2, we can combine with the hydrogen, and then we can produce different type of hydrocarbon. Just as a conclusion, you know, the mitigating in the energy sectors, there is a big change, especially for the mitigating climate change and also energy security. Energy security and other topics that we have, all countries have, it's very critical. But as I said, when we implement the hydrogen efficiently, technically and efficiently, we need the hydrogen ecosystem in Turkey, let's say, or in Europe, let's say. We call it hydrogen valley. Hydrogen valley. Hydrogen valley is very, very critical implementation for economic efficiency. Again, but for the key performance indicator for the hydrogen implementation, efficiency should be increased, durability of the all technologies should be increased, and cost should be reduced. So for this purpose, we need much more ambitious, target-oriented action to achieve or to reach these goals. That's all. I think just a few questions that we can get from the audience. That's why I can stop here, and then maybe I can ask them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe we can start just a few words or a few questions about audience. Maybe do you want to add something about when we consider hydrogen ecosystem? You know, you talk about the transport sector, you talk about the industrial and energy sector, and try to talk about a little bit technologies. When we consider all of these, can you add something on that? Especially for the transport sector, there are different technologies, different alternatives. Some of them is the commercially available at the moment, but price is high. Some of them is we are trying to increase the TRL technology readiness level. They are not so easy that at the moment they are not ready for commercial implementation. So there are different options, different alternatives for transport and also industry sector. Can you add something on that together with all together? Especially for you are the private sector actually, you are the engineering company, you are the energy sector. So why what can we do to increase the implementation of the hydrogen to these sectors especially? If you can say a little bit words on that, and then I can ask, I can get some questions from the audience. Thank you.
Yes, of course. What parts of that is, of course, what do we need for the transport sector? I mean, one part is, of course, changing fleets and having new vehicles in the market, which can be hydrogen, electric, and whatever. But we should not forget, if we are having kind of lacking time for climate change and changing or mitigating that, we shouldn't forget the fleet. There is a massive fleet outside which is still there in 20 years. And if we still sell the next 5 years or next 10 years some cars, they will be still there running for another 30 years from now. That means we need also alternatives for those fleets to become green. Even if we in Germany and Turkey maybe sell some cars and they go to Africa maybe, they will run another 30 years. So we need solutions for also covering the fleet, and that's also easier to implement. And of course there is solutions like going from methanol to gasoline or renewable diesel fuels to make these fleets green. And that of course is an important and urgent thing we have to solve as well.
Okay, thank you. Lisa.
Actually, when we consider this transformation, for green transformation, decarbonization, whatever we talk about, it's a complex issue. So as we can see altogether here, it's not only one party's will or capabilities to handle it. So it requires the regulation part, it requires investors, and also it requires the consumers to accept it. Because at the end of the day, there's an investment or there's a cost that should be paid. And at the end of the day, these parties should agree how this cost should be distributed fairly and evenly among all these parties. So we need to come up with the regulations, like SBAM is on the edge, it's coming and it's pushing the parties. So the transportation, as far as I know, the expedition of transportation, the hydrogen usage, green hydrogen usage, Germany is pushed by the regulation as well. That is why it's becoming a couple of steps ahead of the other industries. So what I can say, we should all together agree that this transformation is up and coming, and we need to act all together actually.
Thank you very much. I have, I think, enough time, 5 to 6 minutes. Are there any question, comment, contribution on this perspective of our speakers, panelists?
Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. I may have a question on the role of governments on the both development of hydrogen technologies and also adoption of these technologies. How do you see the governmental role, and maybe what could be the first couple of policies that need to be implemented at the first stage? And maybe,
What's your question?
I mean, any of you, maybe you can give some.
It's a easy and difficult question to answer. Of course, whenever you say, okay, what's the role of the government, everybody will start from the subsidies, but I will not. Because personally, I don't believe that you can set up a sustainable business with subsidies. It may be required in the beginning, but at the end of the day, my opinion is that the regulation. So for Turkey, yes, we have the strategy for green hydrogen, but now I think it's time to start defining what is green hydrogen in Turkey. Which water can we use? So either it should be seawater or we can use the potable waters as well. So those type of regulatory issues should be identified. And the transportation of hydrogen also is another issue. So carrying hydrogen with 700 bars, 350 bars, so it should be handled carefully. So on my side, I can say that the regulation should follow up as soon as possible.
Maybe to add, let's say on the energy side of things, I think it's hard to create a large amount of new energy without a business case, obviously, because no, let's say, regulation or no government in the world can carry that burden to pay a price difference forever. So there needs to be a bit of a push as well. That means if you increase carbon prices, that makes the life easier for the other side. In Germany, you have, let's say, done a similar thing. Over time, it was very successful. Was the introduction of PV panels. Actually, we paid 500 euro per megawatt hour at that time to get the ramp up done, and that was very successful. I mean, then we lost the industry, unfortunately. But in the meanwhile, we have prices which are very, very market competitive. I mean, outcompeting any other energy carrier. So solar is the cheapest stuff on the world. It's still dropping further, the prices. So that is a story we can repeat, and we have to obviously repeat also on hydrogen and its derivatives. You know, I'm always saying derivatives as well because we need all of them. And as long as we are not putting ourselves into too narrow solutions, you know, our aim is to get rid of greenhouse gases, not to get rid of engines or anything weird, because we need to get rid of its fossil fuels. So in the end, one of the key challenges is to increase the prices, sometimes even subsidize it on the world, So that's a tricky one, of course, because prices nobody likes to increase as a politician. But that's of course the way to go to make the other stuff more competitive. And once it's mass production, like hydrogen will become very, very cheap in some years. The question is just, is it 5 or 7 years? And that hurdle is, you know, a heavy one, but it's doable, I think.
Okay, thank you. Another question, please.
Hello, my name is Ersin Ercan. Thank you for being with us. I am a lead greenhouse gas verifier at Turkish Standard Institution. My question is about producing the hydrogen from fossil fuels. In case of using fossil fuels, can we make a compare, for example, using diesel or using natural gas, maybe at time of being advantages? What can you say about that?
Maybe I can answer this question. Actually, when we, at the moment, 98% of hydrogen comes from, at the moment, comes from the fossil fuels at the moment. Hydrogen can be produced from the fossil fuels. Actually, when we produce the hydrogen, we need actually all the technologies, we produce the hydrogen from water actually. But to produce the hydrogen from water, we need the heat, we need electricity, we need the sun or light. So actually, we need energy. So when we say that hydrogen production from fossil fuels, we get the heat from the fossil fuels. Actually, when we produce the hydrogen from the fossil fuels, actually at least half of the hydrogen comes from the water. So we can produce the hydrogen from fossil fuel, but the CO2 utilization is critical. CO2 is the feedstock of any kind of hydrocarbon. You know, all the material is hydrocarbon, so we can utilize it. If we can utilize the CO2, there is no problem for the climate change. That's why when we talk about the hydrogen production from fossil fuels, we should consider the CO2. Otherwise, it is a problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do you have any questions? Yes, please.
I'm coming from Frankfurt School, University. The Bandırma project sounds really very innovative in its character. Are there plans also to share this knowledge and the lesson learned from this project? Because, I mean, we are all talking in Germany also about hydrogen and the best practices. I mean, that's amazing, actually, a long-term project.
Sure, actually it's a Horizon Europe project. So we are open for sharing all our lessons learned, and in Turkey we are also in contact with DENA, AHK as well, so that we are looking for opportunities both to share our lessons learned and also from to learn from Germany's experience as well, like Fraunhofer Institute and a couple of institutes we are also in touch with. So we are open for any type of knowledge sharing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I think not. So, thank you very much for all our panelist speakers. Thank you also for all of you to participate, to give some comments and questions. Thank you very much. That's all for this session. Thank you.
Yönetim başlıyor. Dışarıda yapsınız veya şu köşede bir yerde yapsınız. Yönetim başlıyor.
Dear guest, our next side event will start within a few minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly invite you to have your seats for our next panel.
Bir de şurada durayım.
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to BECO's panel on challenges and critical enablers towards net zero at this welcoming Turkish pavilion. I would first like to extend our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for providing this opportunity to present our views through this significant platform COP28. I would also like to thank Mr. Sherif Tevfik from Microsoft for joining us as a panelist today. It's a great privilege to have you with us. So as a prominent global home appliances company, we place sustainability at the heart of our business model and focus on creating shared value in the long term via establishing targets in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. To complement our internal practices, we also take an active role in a plethora of leading platforms, including the UN Global Compact, WEF Alliance of CEO Climate Leaders, World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and the list goes on. We are closely following laws and regulations regarding the climate change, circular economy, digitalization, and sustainable product criteria policies and strategies. We also play an active role in contributing to the formation of opinions in these laws and regulations with the organizations of which we are members of around the world. Having significant root in Turkey, in line with determined targets set especially after the ratification of the Paris Agreement, our 2053 net zero target and long-term climate change strategy and action plan, we are taking concrete steps in our country and in global scale as well, in terms of technology advancements, energy efficiency, and decarbonization. So at this point, I would like to invite Özlem Ünlüer, who is the Sustainability Director at BECO, and Mr. Sherif Tevfik, who is the Chief Sustainability Commercial Officer, Central, Southeast Europe, Middle East, and Africa at Microsoft, to the stage to talk more on challenges and enablers towards net zero and BECO's collaboration with Microsoft. Thank you. So let us start with you, Özlem. Could you please explain us the significance of sustainability for BECO, its strategy, and its targets as well?
Thank you, Arda. Hi, everyone. Welcome. So the significance of putting sustainability at the heart of our operations is due to the fact that we want to use this as a differentiation point, both for our company and also for our brands. We have 12 brands under the global company umbrella. So we want to really use this as a differentiator for our operations and our business going forward.
Thank you so much. I would like to turn to Mr. Tevfik and ask about the sustainability story of Microsoft as a global tech company. What is the strategy behind to reach climate targets, and what Microsoft offers really to its customers?
Sure. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. So I think starting with our mission, we have a mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. So we recognize that we need a healthy planet for us to do good business. So that's why in 2020, we announced our bold ambitions that by 2030, we'll be carbon negative across all scopes, water positive, zero waste, and will save more land than the ones that we consume. We took a very steep commitment by 2030 for us to be carbon negative across all scopes because of our feel of the responsibility that we need to lead the industry. And we did not stop at 2030. We said that by 2050, the fact that by 2030 we will be removing more carbon than the one that we're emitting, we will leverage this to keep removing carbon, and then by 2050 we will have erased all historic emissions of our company since its inception in 1975. So that's our commitment to get our own house in order. By the way, we represent roughly 0.03% of the world emissions. Last year we produced 13 million tons, and we're very serious about our commitment to get this to negative. With that, we focus with this experience to focus on the second, what we refer to as sphere of influence. The first sphere is our own house. The second sphere is working with customers and partners to enable them achieving their own sustainability targets. And that's why we believe in the role of digital solutions, whether it's measurement of ESG, analytics, and AI. We believe AI will be a game changer for all companies to really accelerate their sustainable transformation journey.
Thank you so much. So technology and digitalization offers a lot to fight against climate change. Thank you. I would like to turn to Özlem again.
Yeah.
Could you please give us more information
Sure.
on how Beko collaborates with Microsoft?
Sure. Just a quick recap before that on Beko's targets as well. So as a company, we have science-based targets. We have approved targets for a well below 2 degree scenario, and we have always committed to becoming a net zero company in line with the science-based target standards. So that means that we really do need to make 90% reduction in the entire value chain, and then use maybe carbon removals for the remaining 10%. And Beko's overall footprint is actually coming from the use phase of the appliances. So the more energy efficient appliances we produce, the better it is for our own reduction of the Scope 3 emissions. And overall Scope 3 emissions make up 99% of Beko's overall footprint, and the remaining 1% coming from production. So it shows how significant Scope 3 emissions are in terms of a company's own GHG emission reduction journey. So therefore, it really becomes important that we produce all these energy efficient appliances, but also at the same time, we create consumer awareness, and we also have a very strong partner backing us up in terms of how we're going to create appliances, connected appliances, also use casing AI and showing the consumer the value behind using less energy, using less water, and creating that awareness at the consumer level as well. So that being one part of the story, the other part of the story is we also need to have concrete data in place to really become transparent about our operations, and really you can't really improve what you can't measure. So measurement becomes a critical tool for us to move forward, and this is where Microsoft is also coming into play again. So we have both two projects going on with Microsoft. One of them on connected appliances and how are we going to integrate their technology into our appliances to really make consumers aware of their own footprint, and the other one being using Microsoft services for data collection. So that's where Microsoft and Sherry's team comes in. Thank you.
So it requires supply chain to be right, Özlem?
Exactly. The supply
data.
chain, the supply chain decarbonization, and I mean our own use phase from the appliances making almost 80% of the Scope 3 emissions, and the rest predominantly coming from the supply chain. So this is where it becomes really important that we collaborate with Microsoft and other companies alike for data creation. And maybe I should give the floor to you in that regard in terms of supply chain, data collection, and maybe just as a showcase, you can talk to us about CBAM and how it's going to impact Turkish operations going forward.
Yeah, thank you. Well, supply chain data gathering is getting more and more important because we have carbon border adjustment mechanism right now. We are in the transitional period up until 2025. Currently, iron, steel, aluminum, cement, fertilizers, electricity, and hydrogen is in the scope. Now, downstream products are not, but it is expected that the scope of CBAM will be extended towards the downstream industries. So when we think about that, our exports, of course, almost 50% of them are directed to the European market. So we have to be prepared. Our suppliers need to be prepared. As Beko, we have currently two plants, right, in Romania, Uni and Gaiști, and its suppliers are in Turkey. So we are in touch with our suppliers, trying to get their production phases, their electricity usages, and embedded emissions, and so on. So we need data. Actually, the reports, we are in the reporting process until 2025. But the importers actually need to submit their reports, but the data needs to be derived from the suppliers, from our suppliers. So we need to be ready. We need digitalization at this point, because CBAM is coming, will be much more important. Well, it is currently the most powerful implementation tool of the European Green Deal, and will have a direct impact on our operations, of course, both in Turkey and in elsewhere as well, because many other countries are still on the process of having their own ETS mechanism or CBAM-like mechanisms. So maybe in the future, in the coming future, hopefully these mechanisms will come together and kind of form a link with each other in order to fight against the climate change. So this is basically what I can say about CBAM. Now, any remarks that you would like to add?
Maybe just to elaborate on the use of AI in accelerating or speeding up the progress of sustainability, because we're really, really optimistic about what AI can do. To simplify it, because it's very complex when you try to speak technical terms, but when we think of the AI use in sustainability, there are three main areas that can really speed up the progress. The first area, or the key game-changing ability, is the power of AI to measure, predict, analyze, optimize very complex systems. Think wildfires prediction. This is very complex by nature. AI can help in the prediction of that. Think water and food waste reduction. Think methane leak detection. So many use cases. The power of AI can help really, really analyze, optimize, and predict. The second main key game-changing ability is the acceleration of the development of new sustainability solutions. We're all thinking of what would be the novel new material that can be low carbon by nature, the storage and the production of renewable energy, the crops that are resilient, the new crops that are resilient to the warming. We've all seen AI changing our lives when it helped Moderna produce the COVID-19 vaccine in 6 weeks versus 4 years. So from 4 years, we've got a vaccine for COVID in 6 weeks. The third game-changing ability is the empowerment of the workforce of sustainability. This scenario of engaging thousands and thousands of suppliers, AI can do this for you. And it can go and survey suppliers and help them in the autofill of the survey that you require from them, gets this data back to your scope 3, analyze it and predict it, and actually detect anomalies in it as well. Individualized trainings, because it's a complex topic, so AI can simplify a training route that is simpler for me, different than you. And repetitive tasks. In sustainability, we do so many repetitive tasks. AI can help in that as well. So if you think those are the three main categories of what AI will help us, of course, under each category, there are so many things, but that's a super simplistic approach of thinking of AI, and that's why we're really, really excited about the future.
Thank you, Sharif. Özlem, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe to deep dive into what we're doing with Microsoft, Microsoft is going to, via a software platform, is going to help us digitalize our own data collection system. And we've started with simple KPIs like GHG emissions, water, and waste. And we're going to enlarge it in line with the necessities of new reporting requirements. So we really do welcome new reporting requirements such as the EU taxonomy or the IFRS putting in the ISSB sustainability standards, the SRS coming in, and all the other supply chain due diligence related regulations coming in. That means that companies will need to really put the data in place, such as maybe component-based data, SKU-based data, data of an overall footprint of the product. So therefore, we really appreciate and value the partnership in terms of this data collection digitalization. And at some point, we also want to integrate suppliers into that platform as well. And the other point, maybe Sheriff can even elaborate further, is on with the use of AI, as Sheriff was stating, we're going to make sure that consumers, when they connect their appliances to our platform, they're going to be able to see how much energy and water they have consumed and maybe receive tips about that on how they could have done that better. So that's also going to help us reduce our own footprint as well as their footprint. So that's the value we see behind the collaboration with Microsoft, and our R&D team as well as their teams are really working hard to integrate and to make it happen in terms of how we can really create this consumer awareness and even like create a gamification program where they also interact with other users. So there are several use cases of AI that we're looking forward to working with them. And I don't know, Sheriff, if you want to add on to that.
I will just super simplify it. The way you were referring to our partnership is actually redefining the future of appliance manufacturing and the future of retail because of this partnership. So we are co-developing with the group here the future of how appliances needs to be manufactured in a sustainable way, including affecting consumer behavior, very energy efficient type of appliances that actually has a feedback cycle. Even we also want to look at the retail experience and how to use different experiences that are very customized and tailored. I think at a certain point we'll think of use of augmented reality for shopping as well, very individualized shopping. So the code name of what we're doing is the future of appliance manufacturing and the future of retail, and we're really looking forward to that.
Thank you. Arda, do you have any others?
Well, thank you.
Okay.
That was it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.